Namaskar, Dr. Panda. Namaskar.
Namaskar, madam.
Namaskar. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you, madam, for accepting our invitation, madam.
All well at your end?
Yes, madam. So, good afternoon to all the participants. I welcome all of you to the day 3 of 1 week online short-term training program on artificial intelligence for education and society, organized by Malavia Mission Teacher Training Center, NIT Warangal, Telangana. Today we have a very eminent speaker, Professor Rasmita Das Swami, madam. Madam will discuss about the research and development in higher education for global impact. But before Madam deliver the session, let me introduce Professor Rasmita Das Swami, madam. She is a professor at the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi. She was a faculty in Jammu and Kashmir Police Training Academy at Udhampur from 1999 to 2001. She was a faculty in the Department of Psychology, University of Jammu, visiting fellow in Management and Leadership in Education from July 2011 to May 2013 in United Kingdom. Worked as an Associate Research Fellow in the Center for Development and Applied Research Education, University of Wolverhampton from June 2013 to June 2014. Senior Research Fellow in NTPC School of Business, Power Management Institute, Noida from June 1, 2015 to 2016 September. She was varied experience in teaching, research, training, and consultancy services. Since 2017, she has been engaged in providing academic support in policy formulation and implementation of National Program on School Standard and Evaluation, a centrally sponsored scheme of Ministry of Education for institutionalizing comprehensive school performance evaluation and accreditation for quality assurance. Though sustainable research, development and training materials, capacity development of educational administrators, school of all states and union territories have tried to reach 1.5 million diversified Indian school. She added to the capacity development of stakeholders to attain goals of EFA, MDG, SDG, and New Education Policy 2020. She presented research paper in national and international conferences, provided consultancy to various government and non-government organizations, as well as acted as a resource person to various distance learning centers. She developed a research report on NEP 2020 implementation status, universalization of early childhood care and education, and foundational literacy and numeracy under creating intellectual heritage as an initiative of Ministry of Education. The Atmanirbhar Bharat 2024, the national award conferred for groundbreaking innovation and visionary ideas for educational transformation. Madam. It was honored for contribution in the field of quality education research having cutting edge societal progress. She was honored with the prestigious Bharat Ke Maharathi Sanman. This recognition highlights her relentless effort towards achieving the vision of Vikasit Bharat. The Vikasit Bharat at 2047 conferred to potential global leaders for visionary reforms. भारत के महारथी 3.0 अवार्ड फॉर महारथियों के महाकुंभ फॉर प्रमोटिंग रिसर्च एंड nurturing talent, driving economic growth by innovative initiative also conferred to the madam. Her main research interests are related to the psychology of education, educational management and leadership, management and development of human research in education, institutional governance and culture, school performance evaluation for quality management, standard setting and accreditation for school education, governance, regulation, and quality in early childhood education, universal foundation literacy and numeracy skills, database decision making for educational outcome, education during conflict, organization behavior, psychometric for tool construction and standardization. So as a soft skill trainer, she has trained police professions, administrators, managers of public sector, teachers, student, and cross-cultural professions. So with this introduction, I request Professor Rasmita Das Madam to deliver this keynote address. Over to
Thank
you.
you so much, Dr. Sanjay, for the wonderful introduction. I'm really overwhelmed by your, gestures. I want to, welcome all the young faculty. I'm sure all of you are younger than me. So, all faculty in this session, I would actually not only share the theoretical part or the resource and development, what are every faculty's role and responsibilities. I would also align with artificial intelligence, how artificial intelligence research and development generally in India is taking place. What are the frontier area? How we can align with the neuroscience and other, humanities, social sciences, to make it more broad-based, multidisciplinary, so that we will be able to achieve human potential for global peace and prosperity. That would be my aim. So while I will discuss my, points, I would discuss also my experiences along with, slides where I have gone wrong, and as a young faculty, what you should be doing. Actually, it is a vicarious or learning. In the sense, you must learn from my experience or indirect experience, so that you will not be in trouble. In trial and error learning, we must now unlearn trial and error learning, then more of insightful learning or experiential learning. So I will share my presentation, and this is a dialogue kind of a thing. I know the Warangal, NIT Warangal and Department of Computer Science has invited me, so I would like to make it very, very contextual, so that everyone will get benefit, because I believe most of them from science and technology. I know it is a MMTTC, means other parts also, other faculty from other university, other disciplines are also there. But yes, I will try to cater to all everybody's needs. So I will begin with my presentation. Can you see my presentation, friends?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So when I will discuss research, development, innovation in higher education, first of all, I would, as a, actually I'm a trained, policy related, policy scientist actually. What kind of policies would come in India in school education, in higher education, or for the research and innovation. So yeah, that will definitely guide my research work. So, yeah, and even by discussion, how generally in India policies are made, how implementations also done. I will give also some, hints about how we are doing work at the national level, and how it is also, helping and facilitating NIT, IITs, IIMs, state university, deemed university, what kind of policies we are making for research and development, especially for higher education. Well, I will discuss also about what are the NEP related suggestions and imperatives for research, development and innovation. I will also discuss about promoting research culture. Research and innovation is about culture. What kind of values, what kind of beliefs you actually believe, your institution believes, your institution promote. That is very, very important. Suppose if you take NITs, NITs, some NITs, output are very, very significant than other NITs. And you will find some NITs are have niche areas, like Some NITs are very good in computer science. Some NITs are very good in metallurgy, or some civil engineering. So the niche areas are always there. But overall, how can we promote research culture? How can we promote our youngster, the next generation, those who are, 35 to 45, or 28 plus, those who are in research? How can we really promote research culture, values, beliefs? So I would also discuss, then I will discuss about research, development, innovation. I will discuss role, responsibility of universities and institutions. So institutional role responsibilities are very, very important. Then you can see also there are role responsibilities of faculty, because every faculty matters. When we are talking about research, development, and innovation, every faculty matters, because the our role and responsibility also highlights about our this knowledge generation. Not only knowledge transferring knowledge, also knowledge construction. So with that, if I will just share what is current status of India in research and innovation. What I want to share, my friends, we will not only see the empty glass. We also have to see how, from the glass, how much empty and how much are filled. We must when we plan forward, when we prepare to fill the gaps. Now empty glass, if we want to fill, we must see how much we have actually covered. So that is very, very important. We must celebrate for what we have achieved. If you see current status of R&D, research and development in India, it is first in number. If in case of number of institutions, if you take higher educational institution, India is the number one in the world. If you take number of students enrolled in higher education, is number two. If you see the world of research output, it is number third. If you see the number of patent fillings, sixth. If you see the citations, it is ninth. If you see the innovation, 30th. If you see the GDP allocation for R&D, it is 54th. If you see the number of researcher per million population, 83rd. So if you see academia industry collaboration, 86th. That means if you see this ranking, you can find out where we have to make improvement. We are very good in creating institutions. Access, we are very good. Even we are very good in enrolling, giving access to students. Not only creating institutions, we are also access to higher education. If you see also research output, we are also doing well, and citation. So you come to 38, 54, 83, and 86. We are very poor in academia industry collaborations. Do you agree, friends? Friends?
Yes, ma'am.
86th. Why are nation, the excellent science and technology institutions are there? Why it is lacking? Academia industry collaboration. Is there any factor? Any cause why IITs, NITs are not being able to do academia and industry collaborations?
May I, ma'am?
Yes, friend.
Ma'am, I think the reason can be the required skill in industry which is not produced by academia. That may be a reason.
Excellent, excellent. This is very important. We industry driven skills we are missing. Very good. Any other point? If you see, friends, industry, they are investing in research very low. The investment from industry, it is also very low. So many industries, they don't invest in research. Academia is all about research, teaching, and knowledge generation. So if you see India's share in scientific publication, you see 5.31. You see China say 20.67. You can see the scientific publication gap we have now. It is more than 15%, gap. And if you see the US share of scientific publication, 16.54. That means China has actually, higher than any country in the scientific publication. If you see the R&D investment by Indian industry, it is 0.2% of GDP. So from here you can find out Indian industries, the investment in research are very, very low. So if they will start investing in research, then definitely there will be more collaboration with academia. US industry spends 2.7. India, how much India spent for R&D? Indian industry, how much friends spent? Can you see the slide, please?
0.2%.
0.2%. And who is the highest in investing in R&D?
China.
Who is highest?
China.
South Korea.
South Korea, yes, 3.9%. You have to just follow the slides, 3.9. Then followed by US industry 2.7 and United Kingdom 2.1. So I share report. I would just want to give an idea about number of higher education in India. There are varieties of higher education institutions: state public university, state private university, deemed university, institute of national importance, central university, deemed university, government. So NIT Warangal falls in which category? NIT Warangal. Is it Institute of National Importance, or is it Central University, or is it deemed university, government? What kind of university?
Institute of National Importance.
Institute of National Importance or centrally sponsored universities?
No, Institute of National Importance.
National Importance. Good. So Institute of National Importance and Central University, there are difference. Means they get extra funding for the research and development. If you see the national importance, Institute of National 153. If you 17-18 data, and this is 21-22. I have not updated. So 25, not much, plus 10 you can do it. So 153. So here there are a lot of spread, or there are the excess has increased. You can see here R&D growth story. How India, all of a sudden, India is doing well in research and development. If you see what is our status in 2014 and what is our status in 2024, if you see global innovation index, we were in 2014 81st rank, but in 2024 our rank has become 39th. Yes, we have done very well. If you see the patent field, in 2014 the patents were 42,951, but in 2023 it is 90,300. Publication in 2012 was seventh rank, but publication in 2022 third rank. So you can see the numbers also. And the PhD in science and engineering also has become the enrollment in science and engineering, PhD in science and engineering has gone up. It is third rank in the world. So, friends, tell me, 2014 to 2024, 10 years, what kind of policy we have brought, what kind of things, what kind of ecosystem we have created? That's how it has reached. What kind of policy? Is there any idea? Why there is a increase in 2014 to 2024?
NEP.
NEP? See, 2014, 2024, here if you say 2024 means 4 years only, 2020 NEP came, but before that, before NEP, what were the incentives or interventions that were made so that by 2024 we have reached, a substantial rank? Those who are in NIT Warangal, do you find 2014 ecosystem and 2024 ecosystem? Faculty from NIT Warangal, can you reflect? Friends, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, wow, what intervention, what incentives have come 2014 to 2024? Some of my colleagues said it is because of NEP 2020. NEP 2020 is just 4 years story. What prior to that?
Madam, is it related to curriculum revision as per the global standard? Like we have a different accreditation body, so based on that we have made standardization of our courses to international standard. Because of that also we have more number of students.
Yeah. So, world global curriculum. So we try to match with global curriculum. We have changed curriculum and pedagogy. Very good. Besides that, all about finance. See, when we talk about innovation, it is all about finance. Finance has increased. During those days, the incentives and the financial allocation has gone up from the centrally sponsored schemes. So I will talk about Anusandhan National Research Foundation. It is mandated by NEP 2020. NEP 2020 mandated a National Research Foundation, that is otherwise known as Anusandhan National Research Foundation. How many of you know about it? How many of you know about ANRF? Friends, are you there with me? I'm not getting any response.
Madam, actually, some of the participants, they're writing in the chat box.
Okay, writing in the chat box. Okay, I will go to it.
I
Okay,
don't know,
let
ma'am.
me-
I didn't get it.
Sorry?
Madam, she is saying that she has not heard about ANRF.
Okay, very good. You are from which institution, which university, or madam, you are from which university or affiliation to university? Okay, so I will actually, it is difficult when I am deliberating, it is very difficult to go to chat box, again and again. So I will talk about Anusandhan National Research Foundation. I would request all my young colleagues, please stay with me, because you have got this opportunity to know something. Since I'm part of the policy, scientist, or we give policy making inputs to the central government. So I would tell something which actually will enhance your research capabilities. So ANRF is a federal institution or central institution. The aim is research development in and innovation, RDI scheme will be a game changer in the world of research and innovation. This scheme, with a corpus of 1 lakh crore, will have a major impact on emerging and sunrise sectors. It will also boost private sector participation in the world of R&D. That is Prime Minister's version about research and development. So we have 1 lakh crore is there for with this ANRF, which will really help facilitate all in research, innovation, development in all disciplines. So here there are emerging sectors are there. There are sunrise sector, emerging sector. Which are the emerging sector in India? Friends, which are emerging sector, which are sunrise sectors? Can anybody tell me which are emerging sector, which are sunrise sectors?
Technology and digital service.
Madam,
Emerging sectors are AI.
Yeah, could you just repeat again?
Technology and digital
AI,
service.
ma'am. Emerging sectors are AI. Artificial intelligence.
AI. Okay. What is sunrise sector? Very good. So what are sunrise sector?
I'm first time I heard that word. In
Yes, sunrise sectors are actually, you see, the software companies. We if you in defense, all kind of gadgets that are coming, drone and all, these are sunrise sector. We are doing well. We know these sectors are in demand, isn't it? Like in social science, there are some sectors which are sunrise sectors. Sunrise sectors are generally in social science, the frontier of research in are the research with social science research with neuroscience, social science research with commerce, social marketing. All these are the sunrise, means those are upcoming areas. So Anusandhan National Research Foundation, friends, it came after it is mandated by NEP 2020. This act was actually passed in the parliament. It is a legislate act means it is passed in the Lok Sabha, it is this act is known as Anusandhan National Research Foundation Act 2023. Why we have developed? Do you think? And since you are many of you are in engineering professionals, you are many of you are trained in the engineering science. So here, so the aim of National Research Foundation would be to not only for research, it is for innovation and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship in mathematical science, engineering, technology, environmental or science, health, agriculture, science and technology interface of humanities and social sciences, like neuroscience with psychology. It is, technology with social science interface. Because after all, we make things which have different impact on society. Anything that is invented, it has scientific impact and societal impact. So even you take, for example, nuclear bombs, it has a scientific impact, it is a societal impact. So to promote, monitor, provide support as required for such research and for matters connected herewith or incidental thereto. That means it is very, very important because knowledge is related, because science cannot grow independently. It has to be within a context, society. So it is very interconnectedness in the science and research is very, very important. You can see ANRF vision and mission. What is vision and mission, friends? How they are different? How they are different, vision and mission. Is there any difference between vision and mission?
Vision is what we want to achieve and mission is how we are achieving it.
Very good. Means one is end and
Mission is
one
part of
one
the
is
quality
means.
metric.
Very nice. So mission is means. How it means it shows our behavior, activity, isn't it? Visions are mostly the philosophical end. We want a Atmanirbhar Bharat, India as a self-sufficient India. These are vision. Mission is we have to develop science, social science, all these departments. It can be mission. So accordingly, we will develop our science, technology, management, social science, universities, all. So here ANRF vision is to position science and technology as the fulcrum for social and economic change by supporting relevant, competitive, and quality scientific research and development. So they have vision 8 like this. Science and technology is important for social and economic change. Means social economic development is very, very essential, science and technology. So supporting relevant, competitive, and quality scientific research. It should be for social and economic development. We have to select relevant research, competitive research should be competitive, and quality scientific research. If you go to the mission, as the premier national research funding agency, raise the quality and footprint of Indian science and engineering to the highest global level in an accelerated move through calibrated support for science and development. So here they say we have to make we have to increase the footprint of Indian science and technology, engineering. That means we have to, their presence should be felt, their work should be, visible. If you see why this ANRF created to overcome fragmentation in research funding. What kind of fragmentation were there, friends? Fragmentation is that some disciplines get money, some disciplines doesn't get funding. Number one, fragmentation. Number two, for 1 year they will, we get financial aid. After that, there is no, financial sanction, financial allotment. So there is fragmentation research funding. So we have to overcome this. So there is a body who can continuously monitor the research progress to strengthen research capacity in universities and research institutes, to foster collaboration across academia, industry, and government. This is a very important point. Collaboration with government, collaboration with industry, collaboration with academia. Means if you talk about research, means only academia, universities, their researchers like this. So government, whatever researches they want to make, they have to involve the universities and industry. So it's a triangle: government, academia, and industry, to align with the National Education Policy 2020, emphasis on research-driven education and knowledge generation. So if you see also the NIT, IITs, even the top central university, it is mostly about research-driven education. You see the number of seats increase in doctoral program, number of seats have increased in postdoctoral, and the fellowship has increased. So research-driven education. So it has been incentivized. The research work has been incentivized for knowledge generation. Research is about knowledge generation. It is not teaching about knowledge transfer, but research is about knowledge generation, construct new knowledge. So core objectives of ANRF. What are the core objectives? Core objectives is it should provide strategic direction for scientific research aligned with the national education policy. So here it is, what are the strategic scientific research that are required? What are the top priorities in the scientific research? Promoting a culture of research and innovation in India's academic research institution. So that culture is very, very important. Facilitating collaboration between industry, academia, government, that I have discussed, because most researches are decided by government, and so government wants to produce something, so it gives to industries, but the research must come, the basic knowledge, basic input must come from academia. So industry, academia, government, developing solution for societal, developmental, techno-economic challenges through coordinated programs. So why we are talking about research? Why we are talking about innovation? It is solution of societal problem. What are the societal problem now, friends? What are the major societal problem? What are the major societal problem, friends?
It could be that the research we are undertaking, it should be in no way infringe our public policy or our law.
But my question is, what are the major societal problem today? Is it societal disorder? Means there are rape, there are murder, there are unrest, societal unrest, that kind of. Like you see the waste management, our ocean are getting affected, our there is our biodiversity is extincting, or the damage of biodiversity. Don't you think the climate change? You find the food security. The time will come, there will be threat to food security. So here these are the major societal problem nowadays. How to, so our blue planet is deteriorating because of human interventions. The ocean is polluting, the, the forest is disappearing. So these are societal disruptions are taking place, societal disruptions. There are war. So these are societal disruptions. So we have to overcome those societal The pandemic was a societal disruption. Encouraging investment from public and private sector in research activities. So how much our private sector is investing? How much industry is investing in India? What is the percentage of private sector, industry's investment in research?
It is my guess about in India probably 70%.
We have just discussed 0.2%. And South Korea has the highest industry investment in research is 3.2. So in the first slide, we have discussed 0.2% investment in the from industry for research. So here, private sectors are very, very minimal. Very, very minimal in research. So here, it is very important. We have to, there should be integrated approach for research and development where various disciplines and those who intersection with science and humanities also must intersection with science and humanities. Do engineering, computer science people have any linkages with humanities, linguistic? Any linkages with the linguistic? Any linkage with the local language?
Yes, madam.
Friends, yes, tell me.
Yes, madam. Actually, for this large language model, natural language processing, all these things we associated with humanities and other social science.
Yes, you see your Chat GPT, and you are using Google Scholar for translating various languages to local language, isn't it? So the intersection is very important. So the beauty of artificial intelligence, the beauty of computer science, the beauty of technology is it can be accessible. The knowledge can be accessible to anybody who is from different diverse language background. So we have to have a repository of language in our model. You have rightly identified. So language is everything. You have to communicate. If you make some program, you need language. So it is very important. The intersection with the science and humanities is very important. Strengthening R&D capabilities in underrepresented institutions, because there are many state institutions. You find the universities also, the R&D capabilities are very low. They only transfer knowledge. They take only teachers or faculty. They only take class. There is no, research. So how it is different from research and teaching? Teaching already established knowledge you are transferring to the student. Research is all about finding new knowledge. So you see happiness. Previously, happiness was associated with your your mental well-being. Happiness in the sense, if you lower your stress, higher your mental well-being, higher you are happy. Now it has been established. it is your mental health is related to your gut health. So new resources are coming which are telling, no, your gut health is important. So here it is important to find out more and more truth or realities, fostering international research collaboration, exchange of scientific knowledge. So more and more research collaborations are required. It is why collaborations are required to fast forward our research. Two persons are working. When two more person join, we can fast forward the research, and collaboration also experiences works and exchange of knowledge, because knowledge is such that it has different facets. West might have identified some facets, so East might have will find out some facets. So it will give a comprehensive, holistic knowledge. So it and this will also help in policy making. You can see ANRF, structure. You can see here governance structure. Why I'm discussing ANRF? I wanted to encourage to approach to ANRF for good research. So here the governing body, the Prime Minister is the presiding officer, and so this governing body, and there are many members also, they provide high level strategic policy direction and oversees implementation of the objectives. Means output, it must increase the output of the research, it must also increase the innovation, all these. So these are objectives. So it is also chaired by principal scientific advisor to Government of India, responsible for implementation and execution. See, once our policies are decided, it is all about implementation. So if it is implemented properly, that means in the ground will change, and actually transformation will take place when it is implemented properly. Then you can see CEO, efficient administrator foundation. So ANRF, so the institution is managed by CEO. So you can see here Shiv Kumar, Dr. Shiv Kumar is the CEO now. Nishant Verma, Joint Secretary, he is an IFS officer. So what we saw, so in the last slide, the principal scientific advisor is the senior official of the Government of India. So what is the aim? Aim is to how we can enhance research and development and innovation nationally and internationally. So for that, there is a vertical which talks about research networking. In the research networking, nation level, you can see the impacting research, innovation, and technology. That is very important. Those who are impacting, research and technology, impacting research and innovation means those who are impactful research, like solar system. These are very energy, how to conserve energy, sustainable living. All these are impactful research. International research, visiting advanced joint research faculty scheme means it is a visiting faculty scheme. You where you learn from other. Overseas visiting doctoral fellowship, you can go abroad to pursue doctoral program somewhere. Prime Minister fellowship for doctoral research. Then SERB, international research experience. SERB is scientific research, scientific ethics and research bureau. Because when we are talking about research, it is all about research ethics and research integrity. So there are also awards and fellowship. J.C. Bose the National Fellowship, Ramanujan Fellowship, SERB Research Scientist Scheme, SERB Women Excellence Research Grant, SERB Science and Technology Award for Research, National Science Chair, Abdul Kalam Tin Fellowship, National Postdoctoral Fellowship, SERB Power Fellowship, Teachers Associateship for Research Excellence, SERB Technology Translation Award, Prime Minister Professorship. So these are the different schemes, different awards are available where on the different award you can apply. Like women can apply in Women Excellence Research Grant. She can apply also a National Science Chair. She can also apply in Prime Minister Professorship. So there are so many, different types of fellowships and awards. You can see the research grant. Research grant, co-research grant, fund for research engagement, empower and equity opportunity for excellence in science, SERB power research grants. So these are the different types of research grant which are available. Centers of excellence. So I am sure some center of excellence there must be in the NIT Warangal. So these are the different schemes for giving research grant. So when you can submit your research proposal here. So when you submit a research proposal, there is likelihood of getting through. There are also likelihood of not getting rejected. So getting rejected means assigned expert domain. You can see here, PO receipt proposal, you second preliminary scrutiny for eligibility and suitability. If you see, if it is the person is not eligible, not suitable, it will be informed, not suitable. And when it is found accepted for further processing, if you go to the 4 in the main, accepted for further processing, that is a blue box. It is a kind of violet blue box. It will, if it is accepted, you go to assign to domain expert in the committee wherever your proposal suit, it will go to that. PSC, preliminary screening. You can see here, send for revision, submission. So this I have just, since it was a huge flow chart, I just try to put it in 2 slides. Research Development Innovation Fund. How much fund we have got? ANRF, how much fund we have got, friends?
1 lakh crore.
Very good. 1 lakh crore. 1 lakh crore. So here 1 lakh crore, it is to establish a ecosystem. Ecosystem means some labs are required, some long-term, machines are required. So all the equipments are required. So here, so it is there, and it has to give to the all branch of knowledge, science, social science, humanities, mathematical science, biological science, agricultural science. So here including 20 crores, 20,000 crore in 2025-26. So we have already got 20,000 crores in 25-26. You can see the objectives RDI, research development innovation. What is the main objective, friend? If you can see it. What is the most difficult objective? What is the most difficult objective to achieve? Friends, what is the difficult objective? Finance transformative projects at higher level of technology, readiness level, TRL 4 and above. You can see here finance transformative project at the higher level of technology for technological readiness. You can see another facilitate establishment of a dedicated deep tech funds of funds. So for technology, we would require different type of hardware. So for that, we have to create funds. So ANRF funding mechanism. What is the funding mechanism? How it will give? It can give in hybrid model funding. They can give. They can also give support mode. So in the hybrid, government, private, philanthropy, they can support hybrid. Sources of funds can be central government, budgetary fund, industry, private, philanthropic fund, endowment and donation also there. Sources of funds, modes of support, competitive research grant, mode of what kind of support we require, competitive research grant, infrastructure and capacity building support, mission oriented and nationally relevant research funding, allocation, peer review, merit-based selection, focus on transparency, accountability, and quality. Purpose is to strengthen India's research ecosystem, promote innovation, industry, and academia collaboration. So, friends, here it is very, very important that different type of fundings are there. And when the allocations are made, it is peer reviewed and a transparent procedure is followed. And the accountability means what is your achievement. In each interval, the achievement are assessed. Scientific ethics and plagiarism. All of you know about plagiarism?
Yes, ma'am.
You know it. What is SERB? Any idea? SERB? Scientific Ethical Research Bureau. It takes care of academic integrity. It also prevents plagiarism in higher educational institutions. So regulation came in 2018. The latest the regulation we are following now, 2018. So, are there software for identifying rates of plagiarism?
Turnitin.
Yes. So, technical program, how many technical committees in this ANRF where you can get research funding? For NIT people, it is very important. You can get in chemical science like inorganic, physical chemistry, animal science, biomedical health science, mathematical sciences, physical sciences, chemical and environmental engineering, material, mining, mineral engineering, electrical, electronic, computer engineering, chemical sciences. Second is inorganic chemistry. You can divide organic and inorganic. In organic, plant sciences, interdisciplinary, biological sciences, earth and atmosphere sciences, physical sciences, civil infrastructure and transportation engineering, mechanical, manufacturing and aerospace engineering and robotics. So these are some of the committees. What are the role of committees? Committee actually make the peer review competitive bidding of your research proposal. What are the challenges for the yield? ANRF? The challenges is this is highly centralized. So highly centralized, so funding potentially limiting diverse funding sources. So in the diverse areas, the funding is not possible. Generally, in the limited areas, the resources spent. Second is dependency on private sector funds that may not materialize as planned. This is a challenges. So we are planning for private sector because today in India, private sector are very nominally contributing to research. So here also they think it is difficult. Transparency on private contribution and funding allocation and mechanism. Okay. Transparency on how private fundings are arranged and how it is used. So ANRF generally in nutshell, if I have to tell that they see four things: strategic governance, national coordination means of all state, all disciplines, hybrid funding for inclusive and competitive research. Hybrid funding means some state, some industry, some university, all this hybrid funding. Focus on mission-oriented science. So mostly mission-oriented science means there is a purpose behind it. So mission-oriented, in a sense, action-oriented science. Building future innovation capacity across academia and industry. Suppose your academia and in an industry, they are putting emphasis on research. Definitely there is academia, there's universities, Institute of National Importance. If all are giving importance, definitely on research, the industry will also put emphasis on research. What are the enablers of research and innovations, friends? What helps in research? What helps in research? Friends, what helps in research?
Technology.
My young friends, are you finding it? Are you finding it very ambiguous or very abstract?
Reliable resources.
Yes. Friends, many of you are not responding because I can see 43 participants are there, but many of you are not participating in the discussion. Are you finding it very boring, monotonous?
It's okay, madam. Please go ahead.
Okay. No, because it is discussion. So I look forward for your response and your input. So enablers, what are the enablers of innovation? The first is we have to incentivize academia industry for R&D collaboration. So academia industry collaboration for R&D is very, very important. Be it we university, be it we engineering institute, be it we management institute. So academia industry collaboration are very important. So here, what is important? Direct financial support for joint project. So direct support can be, so like industry can directly support academia or university. Tax and indirect incentive for farm. So this is another form of also supporting research, indirect incentives, institutional and structural mechanisms.
It's not audible, ma'am.
Yeah, I think Madam is having some internet issue. Let us wait.
Friends,
Yes, madam.
uh, am I audible in the session?
I think last 15 minutes you disconnected, madam.
Disconnected. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so sorry. So, okay. I
నేను
didn't.
అనుకోకుండా కాల్
I didn't get any messages. Yeah. So what to do? I just want to. Can I?
Yeah, you can summarize, madam. Summarize and conclude, madam. Then we have
Yes.
another 5-10 minutes.
Yes. Last slides, in the sense, last 10 slide, what I want to highlight is institution plays an important role in research and development. In the sense, what are the different mechanisms are there for research and development? Because you cannot just escape. You have to do research. All faculty, we all have to do research. We are doing teaching, in the sense we are transforming knowledge, but what new knowledge we are creating, that is very, very important. In your academic parlance, what new knowledge you have created, that would really important in the in your promotion. So for that, a culture, personal culture is very important. Personal effectiveness is very important. So while I was discussing that, you explore different sources of funding. Even you must explore NRF, those who are in science and technology, even the multidisciplinary research, interdisciplinary, you must explore NRF. Another important thing, you must mentor your younger generation, those who are your students. So coming generation, you must train them so that they can support you. Suppose if you are doing research alone, your output will be very low. So when you take your students along, your output will go up. So it is very, very important. Teamwork is very important. You will see in your promotions also, those who are doing teamwork, they get better marks. They in the promotion also, we also give higher marks, because those who are doing alone research work, I see their output is very low. But once you are team up, then your productivity will go up. So here my request, so please include your students, include your younger colleagues for the research work. And lastly, what I wanted to say, please, all my colleagues, plan your publications. You are teaching, but you have to make a dent in your field. So for that, at least 2 publication yearly, 3 to 5 years, 1 book. That you can really plan. And without preparedness, without planning, it is very difficult to do. That is what I want to. In the research and development, when I discuss about federal government role, institution role, but what is our role? That is very, very important. We must realize we cannot give backseat to our research and publication. That is the message I want to give. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, madam. So any participant having any question, any want to interact with madam, you can ask 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, any question from any participant? Okay, thank you very much, madam, for your time.
But
And-
I would request my young friends, you should be engaging the expert who is here. Then only you get some idea, and you must engage wherever you are. You must engage people. Then only you get the benefit. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Panda, for connecting me and giving me opportunity to talk to science and text professionals.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir, good afternoon, Rakesh sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Sanjay.
Sir, shall we start, sir?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you share or shall I share what?
Yes, sir. So I welcome all of you to the second session of day 3. So we have another eminent speaker in this session, Professor Rakesh Mohanty sir. So sir will discuss about a very nice topic, an emerging topic, that is emotional super intelligence, redefining the future of artificial intelligence and large language models for sustainable development and socially beneficial computing. So before sir start the session, let me introduce Professor Rakesh Mohanty sir. So Professor Rakesh Mohanty sir is a distinguished academician, visionary thought leader, and a global speaker at the intersection of artificial intelligence, human values, and social goods. He currently serves as the president of Life Skill Organization on Values and Empathy, in short, LOB. Is the founder of FECT Global Digital R&D Lab, Bengaluru, India. Both the institutions and dedicated to shaping a compassionate, sustainable, and human-centered future empowered by ethical technology. With over 2 decades of experience in higher education, research, mentoring, and leadership, Professor Mohanty has emerged as a powerful voice advocating the evolution of AI from mere computational intelligence to emotional superintelligence, which is a paradigm that integrates empathy, ethics, human well-being into intelligent system. His work aligns strongly with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal (SDGs), particularly in education, health, inclusion, longevity, and responsible innovation. Professor Mohanty has teaching and research experience of more than 25 years with strong academic credential, with a PhD in computer science engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, India, MTech in computer science and technology from Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, New Delhi, and BTech in computer science engineering with deep expertise in sustainable computing, digital transformation, and interdisciplinary research. As a researcher and mentor, he has guided scholars, professionals, young innovators towards impactful career that blend intellectual excellence with social responsibility. His research interest spans AI for social good, emotion-aware intelligent system, sustainable digital ecosystem, human AI alignment, and ethical LLM frameworks. As the president of GLOB, Dr. Mohanty leads a mission-driven movement focused on embedding values, empathy, integrity, simplicity into education, leadership, and community life. Through FECT Global Digital R&D Lab, Professor Mohanty pioneers future-ready research in digital innovation and societal transformation, fostering global collaboration among academicians, industry experts, and policymakers. The lab acts as a catalyst for translating cutting-edge research into real-world solutions that uplift society, empower youth, and enhance quality of life, especially for the elderly, learners, and underserved communities. Renowned from his clarity of thought, authenticity, and inspiration presence, Dr. Mohanty has been passionately working on the theme of such as AI for social good, emotional superintelligence, sustainable computing, ethical LLM, longevity, and digital entrepreneurship. Also, human capacity building and value-based leadership. His talk seamlessly blend science, philosophy, lived wisdom, living audience intellectually enriched and emotionally inspired. He envisioned a future where AI for social good serves the humanity with empathy, technology nurtures well-being, and innovation becomes a force for lasting peace, happiness, and shared prosperity. So, with this introduction, I request Dr. Rakesh Mohanty sir to start the session.
Yeah,
Over
can
to
you
you.
share? Dr. Sanjay, am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah, great. So occasionally I will interact with the participants. If somebody is talking, you can switch on their video if they are okay. And let make it an interactive session. And let us try to enjoy the session. A warm afternoon to all of you. Probably many of you are PhD scholar, faculty members, and professionals. So I definitely welcome you all to this exciting talk on emotional superintelligence. Let's start with a small story. Most of the time I try to correlate with the story where I'm involved so that will trigger your brain to understand the topic better. Why emotion and compassion is more important than intelligence in today's world. This has been a topic which we will slowly realize after 2 or 3 decades. Imagine your previous generation, your parents and grandparents, how they were living happily and peacefully. And in this complex world of machineries, where we are mostly devoting our time, maybe half or maybe 2/3 of the time with smartphones, where we are mostly engaged with a machine, which is a non-living thing, and trying to draw pleasure out of it. Why this emotional and this kind of compassionate term is coming into my mind, and thinking of developing a new area which will be there for next 5 to 6 decades. Of course, this superintelligence topic has come few years back, maybe 1 decade back, where one particular group of people in University of Oxford, they started coming together from different streams like computer science, mathematics, sociology, anthropology, and form a topic and form a center, Humanity for the Future. And they started talking about superintelligence. Imagine the machine is overshooting our intelligence. What we cannot do, the machine can do. That we are calling as artificial intelligence, because we are trying to build artificially intelligence into the machine. It's not a super intelligence, or it is not a natural intelligence. So I think somebody is talking. Yeah, no problem. You can mute. So what happened when I was in the final stage of my PhD journey at IIT Madras, and I was in my last year and maybe last month to complete the registration process. After that, if I'm not submitting my thesis, it will be rejected and I have to start my PhD again. At that time, my father was in the deathbed, and doctors told that he will be leaving this world if we don't go for a liver transplant. His liver was not in proper shape and he was in his deathbed. So I have to decide whether I have to continue my PhD and or I have to attend my father. The emotional connection drove me to attend my father and leaving PhD. I thought I can do another PhD again from a better institute than IIT Madras if I'm leaving it, but I cannot get back my father. That emotional connection started building in the year 2013, and my father was around 69 to 70 years at that time. A particular surgeon from UK, like a very famous surgeon, some people might have known, he has already transplanted 4,000 plus patients around the world and well educated in UK. He did the liver transplant on my father with a very high cost of 35 lakhs and I had to take a loan. So that incident triggered me to do something different in research and teaching since 2013. And I started working on understanding the human emotion, human capacity, human body, and how computing can be used from that. And there I came across a topic called superintelligence, which I found what will be the future of computing and humanity in an Oxford website called Future of Computing. So it is almost a 12 years of dedicated understanding and exploration on the topic. If you try to search GPT and Google, you may not find many articles on emotional superintelligence. But the future will rest on that. if you cannot save a human being with computing or any kind of advanced technology in the present scenario, then it's of no use, even if you earn in crores or in lakhs. So the human aspect is missing in the artificial intelligence nowadays. Now, from there, we start our talk. So I could save my father's life, and now he's a healthy man at the age of 82, walking and a little bit of brisk walking and everything he is doing after that. And the emotion could save my father by making a correct decision at that time of not pursuing my PhD thesis submission, but going for my father's survival and attend and do all kind of things possible for him. And then subsequently, to my pleasure, I could be allowed by IIT Madras very generously to submit my thesis after 7 or 8 months. And I could produce this particular as a special case, and they allowed extension, and I submitted my thesis, and everything was smoothly done. So it's a 10 to 12 hours journey where I try to understand if there is no human emotion involved, there is no existence of life, there is no peace in life, there is no growth in life. So I thought I should look at the human angle of all kind of machines or tools we are building in the world for betterment of our living beings. So now, when we talk about this particular super intelligence and emotional intelligence, one particular aspect nowadays people are dealing with, which is called emotional intelligence. But how to make it inserted into the machines? It's very difficult, because machine is a non-living thing and we are living things. We cannot give life to a non-living thing. Though we can do movements, we can make automatic machineries and everything, but it's very difficult to bring that heart, soul, and brain imbibed into a machine. So this is a very nice, interesting topic to explore. And every human being has a unique blend of intellect. I mean, when I talked about intellect means, what is the maximum capacity of thinking and brain you can use? If you look at the statistics of research, most of the human beings in the world, they use only 10% of their brain. And for your kind information, I can give you another important, authentic information that Einstein used only 50 to 60% of his brain. So when a human being can use 70 to 80 or 90% of his brain, what we can achieve, we can think of. But most of the time, we are not using our brain. So here, this session will be a brainstorming session with full of questions, not answers. See, when I put you an answer, you immediately try to put it in your heart and try to stick to it. But when I put you a question, you will start exploring new things. So the previous speaker was talking about research and formalities, and some parts I have heard in the last 5 minutes. But what I feel is research is driven by emotion and passion. Your profession is driven by emotion and passion. Your family is driven by emotion and passion. As a living being, if you don't have emotion and passion, then I think you will not get that kind of joy and happiness in your life, whatever you do, whether you are a billionaire or whether you are a top class expert in any field, you may not get that internal pleasure to generate that energy and distribute that high energy or positive energy among others. So we will go to the next slide. Yeah. So how the intelligence have evolved. What I will do is my formatting will be like this. I have some announcement also from this side. I will be expecting that everyone who is attending this talk should be writing questions and sending that questions to me. You can write as many questions as possible. Only questions you have to write, nothing else. And I will try to evaluate those questions. All those questions should be sent to Dr. Sanjay, and he will pass it to me, putting your name. Whoever wants to participate, you can participate. And we'll give the best Enquirer certificate from our organization. Maybe Sanjay can felicitate that. That is an announcement from my side. So you try to raise as many questions as possible. You can put in the chat box, but you write in your notebook, put your name, take a snapshot and send it back to Sanjay through email if you want to participate in that question. Because nowadays, the inquiry or exploring based learning is missing. whether you are a teacher, whether you are a student, we discourage asking questions. But everything, the learning, the growth, everything, the outcome which you are receiving, the innovation, the invention starts from a question. And the question will trigger your mind. If I don't have a question, and mostly you see in today's world, we face many problems in real life. If you are not able to solve the problem, then you quit or you feel bad. But if you find a solution to a problem quickly, you feel very good, you feel confident, you feel courageous, you feel happy about it. So the positive and negative emotions are related to what kind of questions you are asking. So this talk will go through a lot of questions to trigger your brain. And you can also raise as many questions as possible. Now my evaluation will be like this. Anybody who is participating in the question, I will collect the question, put in ChatGPT. People who put maximum number of questions whose direct answers are not available in ChatGPT will be awarded certificate as the best inquirer or best investigator, like that. And in future, we can also start collaborating on many topics. Coming to the research, because this is a kind of research as well as learning based talk, I will focus on mostly fundamentals, not very complicated words, not very complicated jargons, but I will try to make you through a journey of how the mindset of a researcher, how the mindset of a learner should be, so that India can produce more Nobel laureates in future, more world-class scientists in future. Now coming to the evolution of intelligence. When we talk about intelligence, we start from our childhood. All of us have gone through the childhood phase. And our 5 senses of organs like ear, head, nose, mouth, whatever, or eyes, what you see, all those things are used. First, we try to listen and observe, because a child cannot talk fast. He will not be able to understand things, but he will be able to see things and he will be able to listen things. So listening is a very important skill which the present generation is lacking. Most of the time we are not attentive in our listening. What do you mean by attentive? Which is going to play a major role in future. If I give you a video to listen or watch a video, if it is not interesting or a story, you may not be watching for more than 5 minutes. So your attention span of listening is very less. What I have felt that as a researcher, if you listen more, then you will be trying to interpret and use your brain more. Because our pattern of learning has been listening from our childhood. Listening to same thing multiple times, the multiplication table, the numbers, the letters by our teachers, we have remembered that. And we are able to visualize it. So without an attentive listening, we cannot do things. Nowadays, people are lacking listening skills. Now coming to the evolution of intelligence, initially there were very less number of tools available. So people were using their brain more. Their all organs they were using more. Nowadays, we are trying to defunct or minimize the use of our organs. That is the biggest problem the humanity is facing. So more complexities are rising. And our standard of living, though increasing, but emotionally it is not at a very high intelligent levels. When more mechanical tools have come, then we have tried to use our organs less, and we have started building computational system and generating models. So generative models is very important. I have used ChatGPT extensively to find answer to difficult questions. The reason is when you put a question to ChatGPT, and it cannot give you the answer, that means you are most intelligent person in the world. Because ChatGPT is doing what? It is storing all the knowledge, all the information which has been fed throughout the world to the machine or to the internet. And if you are thinking something unique or different, you may not get the answer in ChatGPT. ChatGPT will hang and it will not be able to answer. So the evolution of emotional superintelligence started from our emotions, which the ChatGPT cannot understand, and it will fail. So there the new technology will evolve, and it will be like more emotional touch than doing mechanical touch or non-living touch. So now generating models are working in that direction, how to make the models more emotional. If you have an emotional problem, if you put a question to ChatGPT and it is not able to answer, and you take a drastic step of suicide or some other steps like that, then it is really horrible. So people are thinking of generating ChatGPT models which are emotionally sensitive to human beings. And we have come through various kind of models. Initially, mechanical tools were there. Now the computer science has come. From there, we have built many kind of software, hardware, and computational systems. And for your information, AI is very old. I'll come to the AI. You will be surprising to know that 1937, the base of AI was set off in University of Cambridge with the Alan Turing's mathematical model work, or the Turing machine. So it's almost 90 years. 1937, this is 2026. So 90 years ago, the base for AI was set. But now the AI is exponentially being used everywhere. So today, if we are going for building super intelligent emotional systems, definitely it's going to be there for hundreds or thousands of years, because till the human emotions are there, this will live. The machine may change, the models may change, the language may change, the software may change, but the human emotions will remain forever. And everything will be guided by human emotions, because all humans are living beings and they have unique emotions. So coming to the next slide. Yeah, let me give a very interesting example. Let us spend some time on that, and then I'll pause for some questions and discussions. If you have any questions you can ask, then you can go to the next part. So let me first finish this slide. Always we are asking, what is emotional superintelligence? That should be the first question in your mind. So we are not asking what is not emotional superintelligence. Basically, the human being works more on negative aspects than positive aspects. Your brain will work when you face a problem. When you don't face a problem, your brain will not work. It will be idle and it will just be in the comfort zone, not in the uncomfort zone. So always try to learn what is not. For example, what is not artificial intelligence? What is not emotional superintelligence? So let us learn from the right hand side. Then it will be easy for us to write in the understand the left hand side. The right hand side is, let us try to understand, use your brain a bit. Let us imagine somebody is very sad, like he is emotionally struggling. He has some exam or he has some emotional struggles going on. And you bring a robot and the robot will ask, and so a vacation. Do you want to go on a vacation or do something different? Like somebody in a sad state, we want to put him something and give him some information which is not satisfying his emotion or bringing control of his emotion. Okay, so this may happen with AI because the robot doesn't understand the emotion of sadness. A person can cry even if he is happy, and the robot may not be able to. Mic is not working. Is it like that?
No, it's working. It's working.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Great. So,
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, fine. So, so the first thing is, suppose there is an AI assistant on robot or an AI artificial intelligent machine we have designed who is not able to capture your emotion. For example, when we cry, there are two types of crying. One is with some sad situation, you may cry, somebody has died or something, or with very happy situation, you may cry. The cry of happiness, you win something or you get some unexpected, surprising, positive result, you start crying. But the same thing a human can see, but the robots cannot see. So that is not emotional superintelligence, which is lacking in artificial intelligence. So coming to the other side, left side, what is emotional superintelligence? It is an advanced AI technique with human-like empathy and emotional understanding. Suppose somebody is in a bed and facing some diseases, an old person, elderly person, and he's in pain. Then somebody comes here and he just puts some positive thoughts, positive feeling, positive stories set beside him. And that particular person is a robot. Means he knows the situation that somebody is in hospital or in a disease condition, not in a normal condition. He will try to bring little bit of emotion, some comfortable words, and he will try to give some human touch and do it. This is what emotional superintelligence is So we don't need actually to express all human emotions, but some touch, some words, some utterance of some voices can heal that particular person. Just like imagine a situation, the human can make a mistake during the surgery, but robots may not be able to make mistakes because the robots is accurately calibrated through simulation, and it will not make 0.111 millimeter of mistakes also, because it has already been simulated through accuracy. The human being can make. So that is the advantage of the artificial intelligence and artificial super intelligence. So let me pause here, and if there is any questions from anybody or any understanding difficulty, we can do. Otherwise, I will put one question in chat and you have to answer. Both the way, I'm fine to engage you as my audience. Go ahead. Any question? Yeah, somebody has put a question. Let me answer that. Then we'll go to the next slide. My question is, Dr. Harisankar Jani, can you switch on your video? We can interact a bit and I can also see you. This session is mostly guided by questioning. So mostly you can ask questions, I can ask questions, and we can interact more. That way we can learn more. Okay, so the question is, can AI will be harmful for us through emotional power? Yeah, definitely, because you see, the AI will be guided by human activities. Suppose you use AI to kill a person, give the robot a gun and tell him to kill a person, instruct him to kill a person, it will kill simply, because it doesn't know the consequences. And killing is good or bad, that particular robot doesn't know. But if you fed that information, killing is bad, don't do this, as a function or instruction, it may not do. When it will come to killing, and it will realize these are the circumstances of killing, then that particular robot will not do. How can AI can help me understand my body energies level? Yeah, that's great. That's a great question. Nowadays, wearable devices people are finding to measure through magnetic resonance and other things. And that is, a lot of research is going on in that. See, what I feel is wherever you are using machine as a wearable device or a software to treat the human body, application of AI is there. Obviously, the interesting part is in AI, we are trying to make the machine intelligent artificially through our human programs or instructions. So it is like doing something done by another person accurately and faster. Machine can do faster than humans. Okay. So that's how. It's a very simple question. So I think I've answered that. You will find out. Just put that in the ChatGPT. You will find many wearable devices coming up which measure body's energy levels. Okay, if you are interested in that, you can find. But how do you measure body's energy level? Mostly you see, when I'm talking in a high voice means my energy is high. When my pitch is high means my energy is high. When I'm confident, which you can know, but the robots cannot know whether I'm confident or not. From my voice, from my body language, a human being can know. Can AI understand our emotions and work accordingly or respond accordingly? As I told, few emotions it can understand, but not all emotions. And that is the limitation of AI. I'll come to the next slide. So we must know what is the limitation of AI and we should work on that. Imagine one important thing in the world, whatever technology you develop, it can never replace the human emotions. And that is the most important limitation of AI. Yeah, correct. Positive and emotive emotion, Dr. Chetna. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, how can they replace humans? No, they cannot replace humans. That's not possible. They can replace certain human actions and few emotions they can replace. Like, see, a human is talking to me in a positive voice or a negative voice. That kind of voice can be generated for the robots and the robots can do the same thing. Or a old person is not able to walk. They need support of somebody to hold. A robot can hold and make it happen. So like this, it can happen. Yeah. So interestingly, you should make your mind open because everybody is a human being. You can correlate your human emotion and experience with the artificial intelligence. And don't accept anything, whatever is coming. Don't assume that whatever people are proposing or whatever theory are there, everything is true. Everything can be challenged. Till we do research on that, nothing can be challenged. Programming is done by humans, right? Why world is worrying that AI replace everything? So that is a misnomer. I never see that AI will spoil jobs or AI will do anything wrong. AI will do something good. It depends on how humans are using it, just like robots. We had a story we read in some school that there are some robots, Ram and Sam, and robots can be used for a positive purpose, robots can be used for a negative purpose. For example, a drone can be used for putting a bomb in a particular area or making a blast, or a drone can be used for putting fertilizers in a field. So it's up to us how we use it. And also it's up to us how we interpret it, positive and negative emotion. Crying is positive when you cry for pleasure. Crying is negative when you feel bad and hot and cry. Okay, but both emotions can be interpreted. Many emotions can be interpreted positively and negatively. But the interesting part is, the more involvement of machines you do, you have to make it artificial. It will not be natural. So that is the most basic fundamental things. Can you go to the next slide? We can come back. I have answered few questions. Yeah. How many of you know this person? He is from Andhra Pradesh. Can you put in the chat box yes if you know that person? Put in the chat box yes or no. Y or N, just put in the chat box. No. Okay, no, yes. So I think somebody, Ratna, yeah, no, yeah. Anyway, he's the only person, only computer scientist from India who has won the Turing Award. Turing Award is an award which is called the Nobel Prize in Computing. It's the maximum prize money given by Google now, sponsored by Google, maybe around some lakhs, I guess, maybe 8 or 10 lakhs, or maybe more than that. So that award is the highest award given in computing every year. And this award started in 1966. The first Turing Award was given. And now in the 60 years of history of the Turing Award, Turing Award, only one Indian has received this award, who is an NRI, who is a non-resident Indian. As you can see, he has done his BTech from College of Engineering, Guindy, Chennai in 1958. And you'll be happy to know that he is not a computer scientist. He was some other engineering graduate. And then MS from University of South Wales, New South Wales, Australia, and then PhDs from Stanford. And he got a faculty position in Carnegie Mellon University, and he got Turing Award. And his major contribution to artificial intelligence is, this is in 1960s and 70s, is a robot project, Sake robot project, speech and language understanding, which I told now just, that you can instruct a robot by generating some speech to create that emotion. And if the robot can understand that language, then he can do your work for your father or mother or old parents like this. And he has also started thinking of universal digital library. Think, 50 years back, he thought of universal digital library. That means whatever internet we are looking at today is the repository of all the world's information. He thought about universal digital library. And nowadays, he is looking how to lift AI education in India. He's visiting many institutes. I've heard in few years back, he visited IIIT Hyderabad like that. So he's from Andhra Pradesh. You can Google his name. He's the only Indian who is a leader in AI and got the Turing Award, okay, in the last 70 years history. Go to the next slide, Dr. Sanjay. Now, these are the evolution of artificial intelligence, and these are the Turing Award winners, because these are world-class work. And few name to be mentioned in John McCarthy, who is called the father of AI. You must have heard this name, John McCarthy, and he also got Turing Award. And in 1956, he got Turing Award, and he's called the father of AI. And then 1969, Marvin Minsky, whose famous book is there on AI. Then Julia Pearl recently got, and you can see Geoffrey Hinton, Demis Hassabis, like this. So AI is emerging in different dimensions. As you see, there are some terms written there. Those terms are very important. You can look at the university names. Most of the university are from USA. MIT, then Cambridge is from UK. That Alan Turing belongs to Cambridge. In his name, that award is given. And then some terms are there. Knowledge representation. How do you represent knowledge? That is a subject. For that, Marvin Minsky got the Turing Award. Julia Pearl got for causal influence. Like suppose I'm taking an action based on a cause, how it influenced the world. Based on that, Julia Pearl has got. Similarly, other people have got. Google DeepMind, Demis Hassabis in 2018, he got this Turing Award, which is the foundation of your machine learning and all kind of deep learning in AI. Okay, so what I feel, why I'm putting all these pictures of people, they have worked for decades together. They have explored multiple questions. How do you do quality research? Coming to that question, if I'm able to crack a open question or difficult question which will impact the whole world, that is a high quality research work. If I'm doing something incremental, like somebody has done something, I build something over that and come up not with my novelty, it is not at all a high quality work, because many people around the world may be doing the same thing and I'll be adding a small contribution to the field, and it may not impact the whole society. So for example, I'm giving an interesting example. A few examples will be triggered during this process. Can you find a mechanism that every human being in the world can live for 100 years plus? People are working on that. That is called healthy aging. Even there is a village in Japan where everybody lives more than 100 years because of their lifestyle, their fooding, and their culture. Okay, and they live healthy life. Not much complicated, not much machine use, simple walking, simple talking, and doing everything in a very disciplined way as for the laws of the nature, not doing many things artificially. Going to the next slide. Yeah, so I want to give you a difference with some examples of real lives between artificial intelligence and emotional superintelligence. You will see that artificial intelligence is more disconnected from the humans because we humans are living beings, and emotional superintelligence is more intimately connected with the humans. So if you look at artificial intelligence, it is data driven. You put some information, and based on that information, whether it is right or wrong, we never validate and we start acting on that. That is data driven. But emotional superintelligence will be emotion aware driven. For example, now I encourage you here with 3 positive words like congratulations, enjoy, and fun. You will feel always happy. I praise you for your questions, you will feel happy. But if I just look at your data and tell that it's a bad question, I don't work with your emotion, then you will immediately feel bad, and whatever I tell next, you will never listen to me. So everything in emotion aware. Can we make the computing emotion aware? Can you make the computing compassionate rather than efficient? Can we make empathetic computing? Like we'll make some device which will bring happiness in all people, in the community. I can give an example. People have come up with different type of games to play together. That is a empathetic, compassionate driven activities, because you work as a team, play with each other, and try to win the game. So that creates a very strong emotional bond between the people in the field. Yeah, so that is a question. Let me pause here. Dr. Chetna has asked an interesting question. How does AI serve as an interface between human biology and quantum domain? Okay, let me answer this question first, because that will trigger a little bit of thought process which has come to her mind, and also another question is there. I'll come to that. So see, human biology is everything which is living and natural. You agree to that? It's not artificial. Quantum domain is something beyond the human existence. Like it's the universal certain laws. For example, let us try to ponder over a very small question. I am delivering a talk here, putting my voice here, some microphone is catching it in my laptop. It is connected to internet, wireless internet connection where ions particle are there. My voice is reaching you, my image is reaching you. So this kind of thing is possible because of the universal laws. We have not built these laws, but we have explored these laws and we have explored these capabilities. So quantum is now in a very nascent stage. Recently, I attended a couple of conferences and seminars in quantum in Bangalore. Around the world's top scientists were there, and they were talking. Even 2 Nobel laureates were there. They were talking that quantum is in very nascent stage now. Nobody has understood fully quantum, what is that. Okay, and quantum, why it is in nascent stage, I will tell you. Quantum is related to light. We cannot do anything in light speed. Though our eyes have some lenses, but we cannot do anything in light speed. The way we are going to do things, trying to control our speed and machine speed. For example, when I am typing something, it's immediately appearing, but my typing is slower than what it is appearing in the laptop, because laptop is an electronic device which is controlled through electrical signals. And mine is a human being. I have putting some signals based on my physical activities, which is quite slower than we can count in seconds, but the machine can count in millisecond, microseconds. So the interesting part is till now we have not explored the quantum fully, but people are trying to use the quantum techniques from quantum mechanics, quantum theory, photon theory, and other things to build quantum computing. So obviously, when you are trying to build something from the universe as an artificial measure, suppose you are building a quantum computer. Quantum computer is not naturally existing. So the human being are going to use the law of nature and build the quantum computer to explore the power of nature, to use the power of nature to do better things and faster things. So definitely, when you are doing something artificially, it will be an interface between natural laws and human beings. And also, whatever we create, I'll come to that also in the next later slides. You will see that the creation is really interesting and exciting than your other things, what we are doing. I'm sure I'm able to touch your questions, Dr. Chetana. Can you come up and did you get that perception which I told? You can explore more in that. But anyway, it's great that that question came to your mind and you asked that. So through questioning, you will understand a topic better and you will enjoy better. Okay, another question by Muhammad Amir. As technology is improving day by day, why AI won't replace human? Yeah, that's very clear answer I have told. You cannot make AI living being. You cannot make AI living being. You cannot make AI emotional. You can simulate and emulate a part of the emotions of human being in AI, not 100%. That's why AI cannot replace any humans. Okay, coming to the other things like task oriented. Mostly artificial intelligence is task oriented. Whenever we have a machine, we try to accomplish tasks faster, not with emotions, not with more decision making, but more with faster. So decision accuracy is there, but decision making is lacking. Can you go to the next slide? Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, great. So why the world needs ESI? So ESI stands for emotional superintelligence. Clear? So the first one is mental health crisis. People are now facing many diseases at early ages because lack of nutrition, food, or environmental effects, and many other kind of stuffs. So mostly, you will see that during the COVID time, many of our near and dear friends lost their lives. People who are not emotionally strong, they lost their lives. People who are emotionally strong, they could survive better, because emotion is directly connected to your physical disease. If you are emotionally healthy, you may not feel physically, you will always feel physically healthy. If you are not mentally healthy, if you are mentally weak, you will feel physically weak. For example, a small thing, if you feel like, okay, I cannot sit in the session for 1.5 hours, you have already made up your mind and put a signal to your body that, okay, don't get involved in the session and don't sit for this much of. So you're automatically giving a mental direction to your whole body and parts. For example, if your mind tells you to do something, your other organs will start doing it. So everything starts from your brain or mental process. So mental health is directly related to physical health. And we have seen that in COVID. People who were mentally weak, they lost their lives in the hospital because of that mental ailment, mental stress, and other kind of diseases. And many diseases are arising from mental issues than your physical conditions. Now, loneliness and aging, this is very important because now we are living in a world where nucleus family are there, parents and the son and daughter are staying separately because the job places are different. They are located in different geographical location. So old parents are feeling more kind of lonely, and their aging is getting faster. They are prone to more diseases because they are not in the society of their near and dear ones to give them support. And ethical, technical risks are there. Because of misrepresentation of information, misinterpretation of information, misperception of information, people are also facing a lot of difficulties. For example, somebody will pass a negative information which is not true in internet. That reaches within a second crores of people, and people will immediately get that hurting or emotional shock quickly without verifying the information. I can give some examples, like you have seen some stars like Dharmendra. Somebody has announced in internet he has died, and some leader has also given some condolence message, and later on it was found that he's in the hospital living, not dead. So this is the big problem in ethical tech risk. We are not verifying the information. Something is coming, we are accepting quickly without verifying the truth. So information misinterpretation and misrepresentation is happening, which needs to be stopped through emotional superintelligence. Suppose information is not correct, it should be filtered and stopped at the base level of the server of that particular company. So without authenticating, they should not release the information in internet, because that is harming the human beings, that is hurting the human beings. And that way, many untoward incidents also happens. Okay, so we are going to develop AI that heals a human emotion. So that will be the part of this emotional superintelligence. So our main research questions will be, what is compassionate AI, like the artificial intelligence system which are building on human emotion and compassion, and why does AI need empathy? I have already told, because all the AI or any device or tools you are making, it is for the benefits of human beings or welfare of human beings, which are living organisms. So we have to take all human emotions and human activities into consideration. There are a few kind of questions also coming. Clear? Like, what will happen without ESI? What makes human emotions so complex compared to logical binary systems? The interesting part is Dr. Dinkar's question. Okay, so it is a cyclic process. You see, who has created that binary and logical system? Human beings have created. The binary system is a creation of George Boolean system, a human being. And now we are studying that and start making machines and binary logical devices, gates and everything we are making. Okay, so where is the emotion coming into picture? There is no emotion attached with that. That is for building an artificial device. Okay, now suppose we build a device to measure emotions. How do we measure emotion? That's a big question. That's a big research question. People have not till now built emotional intelligent machines. That's the limitation of AI. So the AI can never, I think, control human being. I will give a very strong sound judgment or a justification for that. Suppose I'm not using computer. Neither AI can benefit me or damage me. Suppose I'm not using mobile. So mobile information or internet information cannot hurt my emotions. Very simple. So the interesting part is how to connect the non-living tools or devices which are building to our emotions. That is the beauty. That is a big research questions. The questions which you have put can be put into a big research questions. What makes human emotions so complex compared to logical binary systems? Okay, I'm coming to the answer part now. That I was going to the interpretation of the questions. You know, in binary operation, we only use 2 digits, 0 and 1, which represent electric signals high and low. That's all. So where is the emotion represented? The human emotions can be represented through some complex system. For example, suppose you take positive emotions as 1 and negative emotions as 0. But again, there is degree of emotions. So how do you represent different levels of emotion? You have to build a number system for emotions, which can be called an emotional number system. That's what research is all about. That's how new ideas emerge from our mind. But human emotions is very complex. The reason is we have thousands of emotions. It's not only one or two. Yeah, that's great. Okay. So coming to the next slide, let's go to the next slide. In between, if somebody is putting some question, I'll be asking, I will be answering and discussing. This is a beautiful approach to everything. Okay. This is called pivot approach. I'll start with a very interesting example of pivot approach, okay, which I have experienced in a particular seminar at IIT Madras that I remember. There was a person, his name was Siva. I don't remember the full name, but he was coaching the Indian cricket team. He was the coach of the Indian cricket team, and he was coached to build positive emotions before the match play. And he was giving this example, so I am just trying to correlate with that, draw analogy on that. So he was telling that there is an approach called PO approach, which is opposite approach. Suppose you want to do something. For example, the cricket team needs to be told that you want to win this match. How do you approach that? What are the factors of losing? You have to find it and avoid those factors, instead of finding what are the factors of winning. So when you start avoiding the losing factors and play the game, you will win the game. So that is called PO approach. And we are going to use this approach in our learning and research. Most of the people look at Bloom's taxonomy while they learn things. And many of the teachers, if researchers here, they must be knowing Bloom's taxonomy. The Bloom's taxonomy, the first level is remember, then understand, then apply, then analyze, then evaluate, then create. Creation is the last level in Bloom's taxonomy. But when you are going for emotional superintelligence, we'll start doing from the top level. We'll start creating things. So when you start creating things, it is easy and it is more innovative and it will need more capability. When you start remembering things, it will use your memory only, one part of the brain. Memory is a very small activity of the brain, memorizing something. You recall, you utter, you recall, you try to listen, you hear, like this. And 100 repetitions may be required to memorize something which is very much complex. But if you create something, you will remember it once you create it. Suppose I create something, create a new word, create a new item. No need to do other things. I'll be able to do everything easily. So start with creation. Creation of new things can automatically make you remember things. So no need to go remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate. So creation is going to cover everything. So we try to apply reverse Bloom's taxonomy. See, Benjamin Bloom is a person, based on that time, he proposed his taxonomy. And in today's world, many people are extending Benjamin Bloom's taxonomy by introducing new layer into that or expanding it. But I will tell that pivot the Benjamin Bloom's taxonomy, start creating things, it will cover everything. Once you start creating things, you will automatically evaluate, you will start analyzing what can be done, what cannot be done. You start applying your mind, you start understanding things, and you start remembering. So if I draw a Venn diagram, create will involve all the things which is there as a human emotions or human perception. I think everybody agrees with that. Clear? So when we start doing any activity in today's world to solve any problem or any kind of action, we should start thinking of creating something from our own mind, which will automatically do the other things like evaluate, analyze, apply, understand, remember. I tell you, can you write a new word here which is not in the dictionary? Okay, how do you do that? Let us learn. How do you do that? Create a new word which is not in the dictionary. How do you do that? You can do that using Google and ChatGPT, or else you can do manually as well. How do you do that? The best part will be you will start combining two words. If I want you to tell 2-letter words, you will start combining 2 letters. So like AA, AB, AC, all combinations and permutation you will take and start finding the meaning of that. Okay. And you also look at things which can be pronounced. You cannot take a word which doesn't have any pronouncement or meaning what we have learned as a human being in English. Clear? That's how you can create. Suppose, let us take some words I'm trying to create. Let us say, yeah, DN. Okay, so because suppose you are trying to create DN. Clear? Now DN full form, you can expand DN, expand N, and put it as a new word. But another person can create another new word for that. There is no problem. But people will try to pick up the word which is most common and most understandable. So this is how you create your word. You expand DN and give a meaning for that. Clear? Okay, I'll just do a small exercise here to make you awake. Can you write an adjective before your name which represents you? For example, let me write, my name is Rakesh. I'm writing an adjective, Rasnal Rakesh, to represent myself. Can you write similarly? And the number, the word will start with your own letter, like Rasnal starts with R and your name starts with R. I'm making it a little bit difficult. But if I tell, write any of your personal strength and do it, so this will be like this. This is how you can explain. Yeah, adorable Abhishek. So that's adorable word is very close to you and that reflects your personality. Suppose somebody asks you in the interview, describe yourself in one word. So what should you tell? This is the word you should tell, and this is very impressive. From there, smart Silpa. Great. That means you have, if you cannot define yourself or define your identity quickly, then forget about others in the world. Clear? You know yourself better than anybody else, so you can describe it fully. And then you correlate to some of your strong qualities, and just like dynamic Dinkar, smart Silpa, adorable Abhishek, very smart people. Once it is coming off my mind, they are starting writing selfless Sylvie. So there is something inherent and passionate which is connected to your emotion, and you try to bring that word. Even when your parents have given your name, you can find the meaning of your name. Many of us don't do. Okay, so for example, I have known that my name is all about related to moon. Okay. So similarly, you can also find the name of your meaning of your name. That's really great to find. That's what research is all about. You start from yourself, identifying yourself, describing yourself. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great. So see, this is how you start exploring yourself. If you cannot explore yourself, forget about doing research and exploring the other phenomena in the world. First, explore yourself. Clear? Person who explore themselves best are the best researchers in the world. Okay, so reverse Bloom's taxonomy, I think everybody has understood why I told. Create will involve all those things. And even another important thing is, suppose I'm doing some activity, I will try to optimize. Our main purpose of doing research is to optimize. I'm just writing in the chat box, optimize cost, time. Okay. Optimize cost, time, and complexity. These are the three things we want to do. In any research or any device we build or technology we build, we have to reduce the cost, means the cost will be less. We have to reduce the time, we can do it faster, and it should be simple. The complexity will be less so that everybody can adopt. So all the research in the world which are impactful are guided by these three factors. Why we are able to put a question immediately and get the answers? Because all the encyclopedia of knowledge is there in internet. Everybody has stored it beautifully. And the search algorithms are very fast. The search algorithms are very fast. If you go to 1990s and 2000 and search, it will take some 5 minutes, 10 minutes to get a message from internet. Okay. So now the question is, another thing I'll tell, I have written an article on that. If you want, you can read it. There is a technique called what, why, how technique of learning. Okay, so what is informative? Mostly this is very short information. If I want to ask you about what is this, you will immediately tell it if you know the definition, otherwise tell no. But when I ask you why, this is involving your logic, the logic or reasoning based question. So this is more deeper into research. Research always looks for why and reasoning based questions. Of course, research will go one step further. Why not? always we will start from negative. Why not? See, first thing is, if you tell me why we use super intelligence or emotional super intelligence, I'll ask you why not, which is a more stronger question than why. So it is a more stronger question than you. So always ask why not. And that will give you positive answers. Why not will give you positive answers while we give you negative answers. Okay? Why not stick to traditional model? Again, the same thing. Time, cost, and complexity we have to reduce. Very simple answer to every technology which we are developing. That is to progress our human being, to accomplish things in faster time, with lesser cost and with simple methods. Can you go to the next slide? I think we have already spent 1 hour. Yeah. Now coming to, yeah, that's great. 5W1H. That's great. You spoke my mind actually. That's great. When you are learning a subject, you should learn about 5W. Okay. I'm just putting all these things. You can know 5W1H. As a joke, I can also correlate it to something. Okay. So who, where, when, what, why, and how. If you are learning about emotional superintelligence, put in ChatGPT who has invented emotional superintelligence. Where it was invented, which location, when it was invented, what is emotional superintelligence, why we need to do superintelligence, why you need to study or use emotional superintelligence, called ESI. I'm calling it ESI. Or why not? And then how we'll do it. How is the research process or methodology? Like the process is very important in today's life. We also try to bring innovation in process. Okay, coming to ESI and UNSDG. How many of you are acquainted with UNSDG? United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and mostly ESI will cover these 4 goals. Yeah, that's great. Many people are aware. Dr. Chetna. Yeah, well aware. Very good. Excellent. So good health, quality education, gender equality, peace and justice. These 4 will be taken care of deeply by ESI. So whenever you are doing some research work, try to align with SDG. It will have a lot of significance. Yeah, great. Working on social and financial inclusion. That's great. May I know what kind of background you have, Dr. Chetna? It is very interesting. Which kind of professional you are, or what you are doing, your profession? Because you have written that word, working on social and financial inclusion. Can you type what type of profession you are in? Okay. Anyway, you see, all these 4 things are driving the world. Yeah, management, specialization, finance. That's great. Okay, that's great. Great to hear. Anyway, I'm working on financial equality model. So let me also talk about it a bit. Because that will also involves emotional superintelligence. What is financial equality model? Imagine everybody in the world is having the same income. We build a system where everybody in the world will have the same income. So the right to equality can be enforced. Many countries have built such strategy to make the financial status equal. Even in a local level, people are doing that. For example, somebody is building a school where all the employees are paid the same salary as teachers, not as hierarchy of professor, lecturer, and assistant professor. So in school, mostly equality is there. Only based on their experience, they will get increment. Otherwise, the designation will be teachers. Even if somebody is a headmaster, he will get the same salary as his same age group or same number of years of service as a teacher. So mostly we try to bring right to equality in finance. Okay, and this is a big question, to bring financial and economic equality in the world, and that is going to solve a bigger problem of economic equilibrium. Why some countries are developed and some are developing. Imagine every country is well balanced financially and economically. Many problems will be solved, like war, the differentiation, the kind of discrimination, many things will be solved. We don't need like kind of building so many techniques. Yeah. So that's great. So what are the United Nations SDGs? You try to look at it. 17 SDGs are there. You will find the things will be available. Okay. It's very easy. All these 17 SDGs are for sustainable development of the whole world. Means everybody should be provided that opportunity. That is a bigger goal as a world, and all researchers should align their work with SDGs. Nowadays, most of my works are aligned with SDGs. If some research work I am doing and it is not aligned with SDG, it has no meaning and value and impact. When you align your work with SDGs, then people can use it and the whole world can use it. Yeah, Gini index, great. I know about Gini index. Okay, that's great. So see how the Gini index has been invented by scientists, because he thought that I will build a particular model, okay, and build. For example, I'm working on a problem of stress management. Can we measure stress mathematically? If somebody is a researcher here, measures stress mathematically. What are the parameters to be taken mathematically? Can you measure stress mathematically? Just like stress equals to force by area. So what will be the force here in terms of stress, and what will be the area? So which is at the denominator will be directly proportional. When I write S equals to F by A, S is directly proportional to F, and S is inversely proportional to A, that is 1 by A. So can you build such a formula to measure stress? Simple formula. Which parameter can be used to build stress? And can we design a stressometer? Yeah, somebody is telling stress can be measured. How? Nirula, can you switch on your I think audio or video, whatever you want, and talk? How stress can be measured? Can you give me a couple of parameters? No, optimization is a method. I'm asking about parameters. For example, suppose my output is stress, and there are two input parameters, I1 and I2 I have to define, okay, as a parameter to stress as a function, I1 and I2. How do I do that? This is my question. Did you understand my questions? Just like F equals to MA is the Newton's formula, okay, F equals to MA, small ma, not capital.
It may be blood pressure, higher blood
Great,
pressure,
great,
the
thoughts,
stress level is
thoughts.
high.
Yes,
Or,
blood pressure is directly related to stress. Yeah.
Number of hours I slept.
Pardon?
Number of hours I slept, my sleeping pattern, maybe.
Yeah, excellent. But we have to quantify. Yeah, thinking
Yes,
pattern.
yes.
Great, Chetna. So we have to quantify, and which will be a single parameter which will cover all parameters. That's what a big research question is. We can define 100 parameters, but what will be the dominant parameter, prime factor, which will cover everything? Because as I told, research should be simple. We use F equals to MA or E equals to MC square more frequently than Schrodinger equation or de Broglie's equation, which are more complex. In specific situations, it is used. So when you are thinking about research, yeah, how much time working? Yeah, that's a good thing. But we have to quantify it. All these are small ideas. But I am very happy that people are using their brain to propose ideas and thoughts. Yeah, physiological parameters. Great, Dr. Chetna. We have done a lot of work on this, stress management. Okay. Okay, but I think as per my research of last 6 to 7 years in stress management, mostly digital stress management, though stress management is worked by psychologists, doctors, and biologists, but digital stress management, there are only less than 10 papers. And if you search in Google Scholar, you may not get too many articles on digital stress management. The number of articles will be limited to 20 only, because I have guided 4 master's theses on digital stress management. And we have built a lot of innovative models on stress management, which can be designed as software and hardware. Okay. So anyway, that's great, because many people are related to that, and stress is a very major mental aspect or perception, state of mind, I can call. Okay. Any computer scientist is there? Anybody from computer science background? I'll put a brilliant question for people who are interested in this. Can you design a finite state automata? If anybody is from computer science, you can understand it better. If you know about theory of computation and finite state automata, can we design a finite state automata to detect stress? What will be the states? What will be the transition functions? What will be the input alphabet and all those things? If you are a computer scientist, you can think about it. It has not been designed till now. Based on that, a machine can be designed, a software can be built, an algorithm can be built, which can measure stress and also measure the degree of stress. Okay, anyway, let's move to the next slide. How much time I have, Dr. Sanjay? 20 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's great. Am I not too much technical so that people are not understanding? Some feedback I want from people. Is it fine of which I'm talking, or you are finding it difficult or easy? Can you put some responses? Okay, some thumbs ups are coming. So I hope 5, 6 thumbs ups are coming. They are able to understand things. Anyway, going to the next one. When you go towards the technical angle, you have to build a protocol or architecture and distinguish the different layers. So this is a layer I am proposing. I'm writing a paper on this, ESI. Okay, and this is a just abstract of the talk. In the paper, it will come in details. Maybe Dr. Sanjay and others can collaborate who are interested. So the first layer will be data layer, which is already there in your artificial intelligence. The second layer is emotion understanding, which is not there in artificial intelligence. There is a big limitation. So when somebody is asking you about what is the limitation of AI, the important answer will be emotional understanding or emotional intelligence. It is not incorporated in AI till now. Second one is ethical reasoning. This is interesting. People from law background and morality and ethics or philosophy background, they can know it better. You know that we have diversified cultures, diversified rules, diversified laws in different countries, different states. Which one is ethical? Which one is not ethical? For example, drinking alcohol is ethical in some countries and some states, and banned in some states. So how do a particular AI law or AI ethics can be standardized based on this? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great. So actually, there is some issues, probably power issues. This happens technically, so the participants got a small break. Probably I was talking for the last 1.5 hours. Anyway, we will come to the next one, which is an architecture. You can think about it. We can develop each of the layers properly. Ethical reasoning I was talking about, which is very important nowadays. And it also maps to the law, people who are having law background, because you know that law is a common rule applied for the benefits and welfare of all the people in a country or in a state. And we have to abide by that. And then human alignment. I have already talked about machine not aligning with human beings, because machine is non-living and human being is living. And the final one is social impact. How much social impact we are able to create through our emotional superintelligence. If people are happy, if everybody is happy, and their living is worthy, then it's a positive social impact. If nobody is happy with a technology or with a kind of tools, then it has a negative social impact. We should avoid it. So these are the 5 layers on which you have to work, depending on different background you have. If somebody is interested in social impact, they can work on social impact. If you can, for example, you see there is an area called human computer interaction, SCI. Under that, this human alignment will come. How the machine will, even AI is a kind of interface between human and machines. Okay. And that has been proved in the Turing test, if anybody knows about the Turing test. Yeah, I'm not going into technicalities because diversified audience are there, but anybody who is interested to work on that are most welcome to join us for online sessions and online work, and ready to devote some amount of time, at least 30 minutes regularly, so that you can do a good research work over a period of 6 months. Anyway, go to the next slide. Yeah, this is the last but one slide, I guess. How ESI or emotional superintelligence used in large language models. Okay, what I told, LLM is there. The purpose of LLM is to give you the best answer to solve your problem. I put a question to LLM and LLM will tell that I cannot find answer to it. So my purpose is not solved. My problem is not solved. Okay, so because of my emotional intelligence, I'll be able to put questions which is unique and cannot be answered by machines. There the LLM fails. If I'm not getting an answer from LLM, means that has not been fed to the LLM. I got so many questions which I put to LLM, I didn't get the answer. Even I will tell you very interesting thing. So you ask about yourself to LLM. Okay, who are you, what you are doing, what is your kind of perception, what people's perception is about you. All those things you put your questions, and if you are not getting the answers, means your data is not there. So it is not solving your purpose. A simple test you can do in LLM. So if LLM is not able to answer question, that is a big concern, and that is the limitation of LLM, which we can address through emotional superintelligence. I'll give a simple example. One student was doing online internship with me in the last semester, and he was a BTech student, and he was struggling to do research because he's a BTech student. I told her that you choose a problem which you are facing. So he told that my focus is not there, my concentration is not there. Then I told you, find the reasons and find literature on that. What are the challenges because of which people lack confidence and all. She started doing a literature survey, and she find a lot of challenges matching with her own emotions. And then we started writing paper on self-awareness. And you'll be happy to know that in 6 months, we published 3 international conference paper in this particular self-awareness model. One in IIM Bangalore, one in IIM Ahmedabad, another is ISC Bangalore, top conferences. So when you start working on a problem of your own, which is faced by many of the world's people, and generate quality question, the answer will be always original and novel. Many people may not have faced the same problem, and you will get right answers, and you get original answers and novelty. And you start building original and novel research models and contributions. Okay, we can move ahead. because the slides are there, you might have seen that. I can share the slides. There is no issue because all are public. My photo is there, so that's a copyright for me. The first slide, my photo is not there, so that has been taken from internet. No, not much intellectual efforts have been put, but in all slides, I have used ChatGPT to generate with my own intellectual efforts. So compassionate AI ecosystem, this is the need of the hour, and this is the need for ESI, like to build emotionally intelligent, emotionally sound, empathy-driven individuals who feel joy with emotions each and every moment of their life. That is the main goal of developing this particular area and working in this particular area. Thank you very much. I think I have come to the end of my slides. If there is any questions, you're most welcome to ask. Any questions you can ask. And the questions which you cannot find in ChatGPT, ask me, because ChatGPT will give better answers if the answers is available there. I may not be able to give. But if you put a very emotional, strong question which will not be answered by ChatGPT, I can answer at least based on my experience. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Most welcome, Dr. Siddharth. I think we must reciprocate with gratitude all the people who are thanking here, and thanks for your passion listening. Hopefully, if I'm not able to see all of you, but the camera is off, but I'm sure many of you must be listening to it at least through your phone, even if you're doing other works, and that's a great thing. You could stretch your attention span to 1.5 hours or around that. That's a great thing. And Dr. Sanjay is one of my favorite student, and he was my BTech student. I'm feeling proud that he's now a professor in NIT and he'll go far ahead in his career. I must appreciate him for remembering me and first time inviting to put a talk somewhere. He's a very dynamic individual. I must appreciate him, and I always appreciate his sincerity. His handwriting is beautiful because I was correcting his papers, and you will not find a single red line on that. He was the topper in his batch, both BTech and MTech, and doing wonderful job as a young researcher. Wish you all the best, Sanjay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Further question?
But we'll do that, a small exercise, like anyone who is interested to participate in that question session. I'll not find answers. You just put your best question, difficult questions here and send me. We'll put in ChatGPT and try to find the answers. Whoever put the maximum questions without answers from ChatGPT will be given a certificate from our organization. And if Sanjay can facilitate through his organization, it's fine. We can put both the logos and give certificate. We must encourage people for their participation and attention span and active involvement in this. At least 2-3 persons we can award first, second, third like this. And that will be a unique award from our side. Any questions? Probably people don't have any questions. They're tired. They might be taking tea if they're sitting in their chambers or at home. Okay. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. And let me close here. And anyone who is interested to collaborate and move ahead with us, does meditation lead to measurable changes in stress? Correct. Yeah, sure, ma'am. A lot of I think research has been done on meditation, and I'll tell you what the meditation is doing. What is the scientific technique behind that? A beautiful answer I will give you, which is my favorite question, because you have raised that question. See, in meditation, what we are trying to do is we are trying to control and bring a rhythm in our breathing pattern, inhaling and exhaling. Rhythmic breathing is always increase our longevity. I'll give a small example. Blue whale in the ocean, you know that they will be inhaling for half an hour, then they will give a half an hour break and exhaling for half an hour. At that time, they come outside the sea. So they live for 500 years. If you slow down your breathing pattern, you will live longer because it will reduce the decay of your organs. If you are doing something faster, you will live shorter. You see, the animals which are having faster reproduction, like ants, mosquitoes, they live faster, they die faster. Yeah. Yeah, dog life, but dog is how many years? 20, 25 years they are living. You look at elephant, which is the largest animal which lives longer because their movement is very slow. So when you are making your process slow means, yeah, interesting fact. Thank you, Mahua, for this thing. So many interesting things are there which needs to be explored in nature, okay, which we can work on. And research is not about publication. I never see research as a publication, but the quality of work will lead to higher publications, okay. And everybody will realize that at one stage of your life. Maybe in career, most of the time they are focusing on number of papers, but nowadays IITs and top institutes, they are focusing on quality of papers. They want you to put your best presentation, and based on that they select. Okay, so your quality of publication is important, and quality of publications means you should look for novelty. The size of the paper is not important. The content of the paper, how much novel, original, that is important. If your idea is new, then you definitely get a breakthrough. Just like always, after so many years, you will not find any sweets frequently eating as tasty. Same topic, doing research, you will not find interesting as you do for 5 or 10 years. Yeah, excellent. Any other questions? You can ask or put in the chat box. And I think there will be another speaker at 5, I guess, Dr. Sanjay.
Yes, sir. Up to 15 minutes break, sir.
Okay. So let them give a big break. I have already taken 1.5 hours of their timing. Yeah, they're asking for feedback link and all. That's fine for you, but it's good if somebody puts me questions and participate in that question answer session. So the whole session probably Sanjay has recorded. You might have attended. You can write as many questions as possible which is coming to your mind related to this or any like novel questions which is haunting your mind. And persons will write the most novel questions, will award certificates 1 2 3, and we'll put the questions in ChatGPT. If answers are found, means that is not a novel question. We see the novelty of the question, original question. If answer is not found, that is novel, and that's how you do research work. The questions for which answers are not there, that is good research topics, because you will be the first to publish on that. Yes, great. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for giving your valuable time, and I introduced you a new area of research. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, we'll do continue. Okay, this is a great start. We'll continue. Thank you. Let me
Thank you.
leave.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll take a 15 minutes break. We'll start the next session at 5:15 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Sanjay sir, I have a query.
Yeah.
Sir, how the feedback link is shared? I think
We
it
have
is
not shared any feedback link. Last day we'll conduct the feedback session.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
A very good afternoon to all the participants for this 6 days online short-term training program on artificial intelligence for education and society. I hope my PPT is visible. Okay. So I think for the last 2.5 days, we're discussing about the application part of this AI in the society. So different applications, different speakers with respect to different perspective they are discussing. So in this session, I will try to focus on the data analysis part. Whenever we are trying to design any AI-based system to solve any societal problems, how to analyze the data. So specifically, I will concentrate on the validity and the reliability of the data regarding with respect to the input only. So similarly, the validity and the reliability we can do with respect to the model output. So in this session, due to the time constraint, we'll focus on the validity and the reliability with respect to the data analysis with respect to the input part only. So basically the outline will be, we'll see what is the requirement of this data analysis whenever we are designing any AI-based system. Then what is the data validity? What are the different types of validity? What type of test we have to do for checking the validity of the data? And what is the data reliability? And what type of test we can do to check the reliability of the data? And we'll see. So I will explain everything with an example that will try to relate with the implication of AI-based system for the educational system. So one case study with respect to the student perspective only will see how to check the data validity and the data reliability whenever you want to design an AI-based system to solve the educational systems problem. Okay. So as we're talking about the designing the AI-based model to solve the problem, right? So the very first step, once we have defined our objective, we are trying to collect the relevant data with respect to that problem, right? So how we have to collect the data? Maybe the data is present in some repository, right? You are simply trying to download the data, or if the data is not available, you are doing some simulation to generate the synthetic data, right? So once you have collected or gathered the data from some sources, next your task is to do the data analysis. Right? So data analysis, generally this is the systematic process of, right? So collecting is also one part of your data analysis. Collecting, cleaning the data, transforming the data, and interpreting the data. So data is there with us, right? Then why to do this cleaning, transforming, interpreting the data? Because we are collecting the raw information, right? So you have to extract the useful information from this raw data so that the data can be used for taking some decision, right? Or we can draw some meaningful conclusion from the data. So if you see the data science and the research community, so data analysis generally it converts whatever raw data you are collecting to the knowledge, and from the knowledge we are trying to take some decision. We are trying to provide some decision to a decision support system. Right? So generally you can identify the patterns and the hidden trends present in the data whenever you are doing the data analysis or the data mining. You can test some hypotheses related to the data, right? Statistical hypothesis you can do. It will help due to this hypothesis testing. It will support in the effective decision-making process, right? And if you are taking the decision effectively, you can validate your research results, right? And if you are able to validate your research results, you can predict for the future outcomes for that particular problem, which will ultimately improve the system performance of a AI-based system for any societal problem, right? So due to these reasons, we are trying to do the data analysis and how to do the basically the validity and the reliability of the data during this analysis. So there exist different types of data analysis depending upon our requirement or for what purpose we are trying to do the data analysis, right? If the data analysis type is descriptive, right? Type is descriptive. So these are the different types of data analysis: descriptive, diagnostic, EDA, that is the exploratory data analysis, inferential, predictive, or prescriptive, right? So for what purpose we have to do the analysis, right? Suppose we'll take some simple example. Suppose in our relative grading system of NIT Warangal, suppose somebody is questioning, or suppose a committee is questioning why you have given, right, the excellent grade to 20 students, right? Suppose that is the question. So for that purpose, what we have to do, we have to analyze the data related to your result data, right? With respect to each student, how many exams conducted, right? So what is the mark for each exam for each student? So you have to analyze the data, right? So what happened, purpose is that what happened, right, in the examination, so that more students are getting excellent grade, right? So the example may be the average marks of students, right? Depending upon in the relative grading scheme, we are having depending upon the average mark and the standard deviation, right? We are using some mu plus sigma to mu plus 2 sigma. In that range, we are assigning the excellent grade, right? So for that purpose, we have to see what is the statistical analysis, what is the average of the class, how many students, right? What is the deviation, and in which range your mu plus sigma and mu plus 2 sigma is coming. That way, if you do the analysis, you can answer this question, right? And the second one, if you want to do the diagnostic data analysis, so why did it happen, right? Why did it happen? Suppose maybe why the failure rate increased, right? Maybe suppose we are talking about a software, and when the software is deployed in a real-time environment, we are facing that the software, it is failing many times, right? So the failure rate is increasing. So why the failure rate is increasing? For that, we have to analyze, right? So how many modules are in the software? What are the different metrics we are using in the software? What design technology we have used? Which programming language we have used to implement? So those type of data also, or those type of analysis we have to do when the question is why did it happen, right? So you can find the hidden patterns, right? Like you want to detect the outlier or the noisy data present in the noisy data items present in the data. So this is the statistical method where depending upon your variance and the mean, that exploratory data analysis you can do to find out the hidden patterns present in the data, right? So some generalization cases, right? So that for data analysis is called your inferential, where you can go for the hypothesis testing. You want to check the hypothesis that suppose this model is better than that model with respect to this parameter, right? So that type of analysis is called your inferential. So you have to make generalization of each model's performance with respect to those performance measures. And the predictive data analysis, so what will happen? Suppose you want to forecast something, weather forecasting, sales forecasting, mark prediction, anything you want to do, what will happen in future, right? So for that also you have to analyze the data, right? And the last one, this is the prescriptive data analysis. So what should be done, right? Suppose you are having the number of strategies are there, and which one is the best strategy you have to select. So for that also you have to analyze the data. So depending upon your requirement, depending upon your problem, whatever you are formulating, so which type, what is your purpose, depending upon that, you can do a particular type of data analysis. So I will not focus on these data analysis parts. I will try to relate the data validity and the reliability with respect to this data analysis, right? So the data analysis process, it has some steps, right? So first you are collecting the data. So as we know, the data collection type, right? Or from where we have to collect the data, it depends upon the domain, depends upon the problem. Okay? Through different surveys, through different sensors, you can collect the data. Through different databases, waves, logs, we can collect the data. Once we have collected the data, we have to clean the data. So cleaning the data means some missing data is there. We can remove the missing data. Simply, if you remove the missing data also, it will not solve your purpose in some cases. So there also you can go for the imputation technique, right, to remove that missing data. Then some cases you are having the noisy data where the variance is more. So you have to identify those noisy data. You have to remove those noisy data. Those are the outliers. So different techniques are there to detect the noisy data, and different techniques are there to handle the noisy data also. And if some duplicate data are there in the data set, right? So in that case, unnecessary, you are increasing the number of training samples, but there will be no effective learning happens whenever you are using a AI-based system. So you have to clean or you have to remove those duplicate records also sometimes. So once you have cleaned the data, now you can go for the data transformation. So the data transformation generally it will normalize the data, it will reduce the dimension of the data, or it will encode the value of the attribute in the data. So depending upon your requirement, so normalization, whenever your variance is more, right, you will try to normalize that value in some scale. Suppose your min max normalization is there, where you can scale the value in the range 0 to 1. Feature selection, suppose you are having 1,000 number of features for solving a particular problem. So maybe those 1,000 features, some of the features are redundant features and some of the features are irrelevant with respect to the output. So you have to identify those features, you have to select those features, right? You have to remove those features. So there are different feature selection algorithms, or there are different optimization algorithms which can be used to identify the best set of features also. And encoding some cases, if you are having and some categorical value is there, right? So if you want to convert into numerical value, here a hot encoding scheme is there. You can use to convert the textual data to the numeric data. So after data transformation, you can check for the exploratory data analysis, which is a statistical analysis. You can generate different graphs. You can find out the summary statistics of the data. You can find out the correlation among the attributes. You can find out the correlation between the input and the output also. Right? So we'll see this exploratory data analysis. I will explain through an example so that you can see how the summary statistics can be done by using this EDA. So once you have done these things, right, starting from data collection to the EDA, then you can go for this modeling and the analysis part. So the modeling, as you know, we were talking about a AI-based system. So you choose a particular model and do the analysis with respect to that data. Then you can, once your model is trained, you are providing some new data or unseen data to make some interpretation, and you are reporting the outcomes of the machine learning model to solve the particular problem. So this process we have to follow whenever you are applying AI to solve any problems related to the society, right? Starting from your education, healthcare, laws, whatever we have, right? This discussed yesterday, or all the speakers, they are trying to focus on different application domain, right? So what we'll do in the exploratory data analysis, once we have collected the data, right? So generally why we have to use this EDA, it will understand the data set. So understand the data set means it will find out how many attributes are there, how many dependent variables are there, how many independent variables are there. I mean, how many response variables or how many predictive variables are there in our data set. So what is the input we are providing, what output we want from the machine learning model. So those things we can find out whenever we will try to understand the data set. Okay. Next, we have to identify what is the patterns and the hidden trends present in the attributes or the records in the data set. And if you are having some outliers, you can detect the outliers and you can remove those outliers also. You can select the important features. Right? So this EDA we are applying before providing the data as an input to the AI-based model. Right? So now next, before going to the exploratory data analysis or the data validity and the reliability, so I will take one example, and with that data set, small data set, we'll see And in the data set, we'll try to see how to check the validity and the reliability of the data with respect to a particular problem, right? And what are the different statistical methods or tests are there we have to perform to check the validity and the reliability. What are the different types of validity we can check? What are the different types of reliability with respect to the data we can check? Okay. So I'll explain with, suppose we are having one educational system, right? So we are trying to integrate, or we are trying to use AI for solving different activities of the educational system, right? So I'll focus on a small, very small example. Suppose there's software, we are trying to develop a software for automation of different activities of an educational system. Right? So you know what are the educational system activities in your system, right? Because many participants are from any academic educational system, right? So with respect to different stakeholders of the educational system, different tasks can be automated, right? So the learning management and the course delivery, maybe this may be a module where this is for students, stakeholders as students can use this one. Or faculty also, they can use this one to upload the material, to post the assignments, to post the question paper, right, to post the marks. So all the works related to learning management and the course delivery. So where the soft tasks may be you are managing courses, content of a particular course, assignments of a particular course, grades for the assignments or any exams, and the communication, how to do communication with the student. Suppose this is one module we are going to integrate in this software. Second, maybe you are going to design a module which is the student information system, SIS. So again, this is related to for handling the student records, student admission process, what is the attendance of the students, what is the tuition fee, hostel fee, all the account related information, exam related information, and the reporting. Right. Suppose semester beginning, when the students, they have to report, when they have to exit the hostel, those all the informations will be given in the student information system. Similarly, with respect to the faculty perspective, we're having faculty information system where all the information related to a faculty, right, starting from his academics, starting from his feedback, research activity, right, any leaves, salary slip, all these soft text you can add in that faculty information system, right? Similarly, the stakeholders, the administrative people related to the, suppose the finance of the accounts, right? So you can design a module for that one also. Fee and finance automation, where automates the fee collection, receipts, payroll, generate, accounting, all the soft tasks can be given under this module. And suppose timetable resource scheduling, this is one of the module. So you want to automate the class timetable generation and the resource allocation. Then assessment and exam automation, this may be a module, right? So it will use to create, deliver and grade test automatically. Then the communication and the collaboration, this may be a module where, right, you can give some messages, you can do some announcements, parents communication, discussion forum. So all these are some sample modules I'm taking. All these modules can be used in a software, right, for automating the different activities of an educational system. Right? So how, if anything you want to develop, right, any module you want to develop, that we are considering as a software, right? So for that software, right, suppose before deploying this software, or suppose you are having some existing software to do these things, and you are adding some new modules into the existing software, right? And before deploying that software, suppose you want to predict how many defects are there in the software, or how many defective modules are there in the software, right? So I am telling these things because I am moving towards from this software to the simple example we'll consider, a simple data set we'll consider, where we'll try to focus how to check the data validity and the data reliability, right? Then we'll move towards the educational system with respect to the student perspective. And there also, once you understood this one, that you can do automatically for checking the validity and the reliability of the educational data, right? Suppose, for what is your task? So the data set, whatever I am talking about, I am considering a module, as this one component we are considering as a software module. And what is my target before deploying the software? I want to predict how many number of defects or whether the module is a faulty module or not faulty. That I want to predict using a AI-based system. That is the target, right? For simplicity, if you see, so when a software or when a module is having the defects, if you are using more lines of code to develop the software, whenever you are writing the program, right? Whenever you are writing more lines of statements or more lines of code, then there is a chance of higher probability that for getting a defect in the software. Or if you have written some programs, right? If you are using multiple conditional statements in a program also, right? That is the number of branch count, how many branches the control is moving from here to there. So if you more branches are there, that program is also more complex. So which will lead to, again, more probability of finding the defect. And once if suppose, as we are talking about, suppose this is the existing software and we want to add some new modules in the software, right? So some past history of the previous release of the software, right? How many defects are there in the previous version of the software? That information also we can use to predict how many defects may be there in the software, right? So with respect to that, right, let us consider a small case study, right? So the data set, very small data set, I will consider only 5-6 instances will be there, 3 attributes are there. How to check the data validity and the reliability with respect to the AI-based system, right? Suppose our target is to determine whether a given module, software module is defect-free or defective. That is our target. Simply a binary classification problem, right? So what are the features I am considering here? Suppose I have collected the data related to these 3 features only. Lines of code, how many lines of statements are there whenever you are writing the program, right, for that module. CC, that is the cyclomatic complexity, as I told, how many conditional statements are there, how many branching. Suppose you are having one while loop, you are having another for loop, you are having another while loop. So there are 3 branching statements, right? So the CC value will be 3, right? So that is the, with respect to the software engineering, that feature is named as your cyclomatic complexity, CC value, right? And the PD, that is the past defects, that I told, if we are using we are having an existing software and we are adding some new module, we are enhancing the functionality of the software depending upon the user requirement. So what are the past defective history of the previous release of the software? Suppose I have collected these 3 features for predicting whether a software module is defective or not defective. Simple data set, I am considering only 3 features. And what is the output? Output maybe, this is maybe a defective. So 1 we are labeling for defective, 0 means that is a clean data or the module is not defective. So how to check the validity and the reliability of this data set now? So what is the meaning of this validity? Then we'll see what are the different types of validity we can check. So this validity you can check with respect to every problem, every domain, and with respect to every data set, wherever you want to apply the AI to solve any problems, right? So if you see, this is a simple data set where only 10 instances are there. So what is there here? I am having 10 modules. If you see the first column, module M1 to module 10, right? And how many features I have collected? I have collected 3 features. Lines of code, cyclomatic complexity, and the past defect, PD. Right. So from the next slide onwards, I will not take the full form of these 3 features. So LOC, CCPD, right? I will read this as, and the last column, this is the output or the predicted variable. So we want to predict a module is defective or not defective. So this is our historical data. So with this data, we are going to develop a AI-based system, which will be trained by using this data set. Right? And whenever a new module, you are adding a new module to your existing software, suppose M11 module you have added to the software to solve any purpose, right? Suppose we have added the student functionality, faculty functionality, administrator account section is there, right? Suppose we want one more component, that is with respect to the hostel management, one more module you want to add, that is the M11th module is coming. And for M11th module, suppose LOC value is known, CC value is known, PD value is known. So we have to predict whether this new module, whatever we are developing, whether this contains this is a defective module or non-defective module. Right? So what is the purpose of predicting this module? Right? Directly we can deploy that module. You can integrate that module and directly deploy that software in the real environment. Right? So whenever we are enhancing the functionality of the software, right, before deploying, we are testing the software. And as we know, right, testing resources are very limited with respect to your manpower, with respect to time, with respect to budget. So if you are having in the software, you are having 100 modules are there, right, and the testing resources are very limited. So what you have to do? All these testing resources you have to right, you have to focus on these 100 modules only. So if you are designing a model which will predict out of these 100 modules, which modules contain more number of defects or which modules are identified as defective module. Suppose out of 100, your AI-based system is able to decide that only 10 modules are defective. So instead of focusing the testing resources among the 100 modules, you can focus all the testing resources on these 10 modules only. So, right, if so, effective utilization of the testing resources will happen with respect to your manpower, time, and budget. So that is the problem, right? What is the objective whenever you are defining that is your given problem, right? So whenever M11 is coming and its LOC is given, CC is given, PD is given. So our target is to predict whether this is a defective or not defective. So what is the output for your design model? Okay. So before checking the output of the developed model, let us try to find out whatever data we have collected, right, for this particular problem, whether the data is valid or the data is reliable, right? So that is the purpose of this session. We'll check. So how to check that one? So for that, right, the EDA I told you that is the statistical analysis you can do. So you can do the statistical analysis for these 10 modules, right? So what is the mean value of the first feature LOC? So if you take the average value from the previous slide, the LOC 10 values are there, 10 CC values are there, 10 PD values are there. So you take the average, you will get the statistics. What is the LOC mean value? What is the CC mean value? What is the PD mean value? So this will just give you overview of the project size, what is the LOC, right? What is the CC value and the PD value of the all the modules present in that software. That statistics you are getting. Right? Then you can do the statistical analysis. You can do as this is a binary classification problem. So we are having two categories, right? What is a clean module or non-defective module? Second one is the defective module, right? So what you do for each category, you divide the data into two categories because that this is a supervised learning, though. So the outputs 0, 1, 1 already it is given, right? So depending upon that, you divide into two parts. Where the clean data or the non-defective data, again you find out the statistics. What is the average LOC value? What is the average CC value? What is the average PD value? So if you do with respect to this small data set, you will get 150 average LOC, 12.6 CC value, 1.8 is the PD value. And for the defective, you will get 150, you will get your 34.6 and the 7. So from these statistics, what you want to conclude about the data set? So if you compare this non-defective and the defective modules in the data set, so you can see that the defective modules, they have much higher size CC and the PD values. So everywhere you see this is 450 is greater than 150, 34.6 is greater than 12.6, 7 is greater than 1.8. So that the domain knowledge about these three attributes also says that one. So whenever you are solving any problem, so you have to clearly understand what are the features of the attributes you are considering, what is the impact of those attributes on the desired output, on the output of the developed model, right? So here you can conclude that defective modules, they are having higher size, higher CC value and the higher PD values compared to non-defective modules. Right? So this is used for your checking the data validity. So similarly, the EDA, as it says, it do the correlation, right? So if you do the correlation, you know the correlation formula in the statistics, right? If you do the correlation with respect to this data, you will get that. If you are increasing the LOC value, so the number of defects means the number of defective modules we are talking about, right? So the defects are also increasing. If you increase the CC value, complexity value, the number of defects also increasing. And if the PD value is increasing, the feature defects is also increasing. So there is a strong positive correlation between each one of the attribute with the output of this given problem, right? So if you do the correlation analysis, we can get the insight that there is a strong positive relationship between whatever metrics we have collected and the defects. Right? If some of the metrics we are not getting that positive relations, strong relationship, right? This relationship is not valid, right? So in that data set, we cannot consider as input to the machine learning model. Okay? So in the EDA, so whenever you are taking the summary statistics, whenever you are identifying the correlation between the input and the output, what we are getting with respect to this particular data set, large modules are more defective. So why these large modules are coming? Large modules means with respect to the LOC value, right? More LOC value, more defective. High CC value, there is a chance for more error probability. High PD value, this is a strong predictor for defectiveness of a model, right? So this particular data, whatever we have collected, this is suitable for your AI-based software defect prediction. Right? So this is the first step EDA data analysis you can do for checking whether the data is suitable for your problem or not. Right? If your data is not suitable, right, you are not able to identify the relationship between the input and the output, may not be the data and the AI-based model will not learn properly. So training may not happen properly by using that data. So that for that purpose, you have to do the EDA, and that is one part of your data analysis. Right. So as I have discussed in the previous slides also, so generally the data analysis, right, whenever you are solving any problem or you are applying in any research methodology, you are testing the hypothesis, right? We are validating your research objective, significant implication of the research we are measuring, and we are able to draw the conclusion. If you have read some papers, right, published papers, you can see here before the conclusion section, there is a threat to validity section will be there. You can check some of the papers with respect to your area, right? So in that, how to validity, threat to the validity, how researchers are writing, right? Okay. Okay, this already we have discussed, this data analysis. It will help to improve the decision making related to a problem. It will support the AI ML models, right? Because we are taking correct data for developing the model, which will enhance the business intelligence, scientific discovery. It will help in the scientific discovery, and it will enable the performance level of the predicting system, whatever we are developing. Now coming to the main analysis, how to check the data validity and the reliability with respect to the data, right? Now, what is the validity here? The data is valid or invalid. That is our target. And what types of validity we can check with respect to a given data set. Right? So generally the validity and the reliability, these are used the extent to which your research findings are accurate and consistent. So if you will check the data validity and the reliability, you can conclude, right, whether your research findings are accurate and consistent. Right? So whatever research you are doing, why other researchers will trust your model, right? Why they will carry forward your work. For that, you have to do the validity and the reliability checking. So first we'll discuss the validity part, and we'll see what are the different types of validity we can check. Then we'll move towards the reliability part. Followed by, we'll see some statistical methods to check the validity and the reliability of the data set. Okay. So what this validity means, it refers to the degree to which a tool measures what it is intended to measure, right? So I will explain with us next, that simple example I'll explain the next slide. Right. Just let's go to that example. Now see. So whatever data we have collected, now in the data, in the data set, we're having the features as LOC, software size, CC is the complexity, cyclomatic complexity, and the PD, parts defect or the defect occurrence we are considering, right? So the data, whatever we are collecting, it must correctly represent what it is supposed to measure, right? Suppose software size for a particular module, software size is high. For another module, software size is 10. So how to compare 10 with high? There is no guideline given in the data set. Which one is high, which one is low, which one is medium. Either all the LOC value may be high, low, medium, if you are considering these three ranges, or some numeric value is there, we can assign some numeric values in the data, right? Code complexity also, in the cyclomatic complexity, generally the domain knowledge says that if the cyclomatic code is above 20, for that software is very complex, right? So above 20, whatever values are going, we can scale to 20 only. Suppose for a module, complexity is 20, for another module it is 100, another module 50, all are complex only, right? So we can scale down to 20. Suppose for the code complexity again, suppose for one of the module, the code complexity value is given as 5. For another module, the code complexity is some alphabetic value, suppose A, B, like that it is given. So that data is not valid, right? Because what it's supposed to measure, it has to represent in the data set. Similarly, the defect occurrence, PD. So in this data set, we have seen the numeric values of the PD are given, right? So in some modules, if the numeric value is there, and in some modules, if the date of defect occurrence is there, again that data set is invalid, right? Because you cannot compare the date of defect occurrence with the number of defects, right? So that is the validity we are checking. So whatever data we are collecting, right, it should correctly represent what it is supposed to measure, so that you can compare between the different instances in the data set. Let us see here. So there are different types of validity. Let us see. The first validity is the face validity. So what is the meaning of face validity? Whatever variables or whatever attributes we have collected in the data set, whether they are logically related to the defects. So here defect is our output, and whatever variables we are collecting, these are the inputs, right? If you see the data set, right? So we have done that EDA, right? Exploratory data analysis, and we got that more LOC, more defects, more CC value, more defects, more PD value, more defects. So we got that one. So all are logically related to the defect variable, right? So the data set has your face validity. Suppose with respect to this problem, software defect, we have collected another variable as ID of the module, right? That M1, M2 up to M10 ID of the module. So if you see logically, if you see, ID has no role to check whether the module has, right, more defects, or the module is a defective module or not defective module, right? So if you use that ID variable to train the machine learning model, you will learn nothing, right? That's why whenever we are collecting the data set, first we'll see whether the face validity is there in the data or not. So that is whether the variable logically relate to the defect. So for that, for checking the face validity, again, domain knowledge is required everywhere for doing the data analysis, right? And EDA you can do to find out this relationship, strong relationship between the input and the output. And logically, it should be logical. Okay. Next, we'll see content validity. So how to check the content validity? So does the data set include all the important defect related factors? Whether these three attributes, whatever we have considered, all are important for defect. Again, that for that purpose also we need the domain knowledge, right? So this address the primary cause of the software defects. It will ensure the high content validity, because we have seen that in the EDA, all these three features, they have a positive strong correlation with the output. So the content of the data is valid, right? So that you can check the content validity. Now if you see, next validity you can check, that is the construct validity. So do the variables truly measure the defect proneness here? Whatever attributes we are collecting, whether it is truly measure the output of the model? Again, that is again, right? All are interrelated with each other. Your face, construct, content, right? So if you see the LOC, it measures the software size, which is again constructing, or this is measuring the defect proneness we got in the EDA. CC value also we see it is measuring the code difficulty. PD measures it is the fault history. Again, these are the domain knowledge with respect to the software. So we can, from this basic knowledge of the domain knowledge, we can conclude that these are the standard defect predictors. So the construct validity is satisfied. Suppose we'll think about we are developing a AI-based educational system, and we are designing a software for automating the grading system of the software, right? We want to assign grades to the student. So suppose we have collected student name and the address. These two features we have collected to grade the student. So can we grade the student? Whether student name has any impact on the grade of the student, or student's address has any impact on the grade of the student? No. So whatever data we have collected, that is not valid. That is the invalid data. So if you train a machine learning model with that invalid data, so whether your goal will be achieved? No. Whatever conclusion your model will give, that has no use, right? So for that purpose, we have to check the validity of the data and the different types of validity we can check. Okay. Let us see the next validity is your criterion validity. So whatever data we have collected, does the data match the real defect outcomes? Now, if you see, there are 10 modules in the data set, right? So arbitrarily, you consider any two modules. Suppose M1 and M4 I have selected, and there are three attributes values we have considered here. Suppose the values are given as low, high, medium, like that it is given. I have divided the range. Suppose 0 to 10 is low, 11 to 40 is medium, and 40 to 100 is above. Like that I have given some range, and I have written this M1 and M4. LOC is low for this high. Again for CC, this is low, high. PD again low, high. And this is given in the sample data set. M1 module is defective, M4 is defective. Sorry, M1 is non-defective 0, M4 is 1, that is the defective. Right? So what you are getting from this pattern, if you see, because we have seen from the EDA analysis, right? High LOC, right? High LOC, defect, more defects. High CC, more defects. High PD value, more defect. So that's the reverse again. Low LOC, no defect. There is no chance. That is the chances of getting the defect is low. Right? That's why this is a 0. Non-defective module we are considering. Low CC value, 0. Non-defective module. Low PD value, 0. So if you see this, the pattern is consistent here. So there is valid relationship between these high values of these three attributes and the low values of these three attributes. For all the high values, it is 1. For all the low values, it is 0. It is swing. Right? Suppose we are having here another example is there. If you see, this is the two modules we are considering, M6 and M7. Here see, suppose the LOC value is 50. Here 5. This is 0. Right? And here this is 600, 45, 9. If you see, this is the higher values for this M7 module, and it is predicting as not defective. And this is all the lower values are there, and it is predicting as 1. So this is what is the real world behavior. Whatever we are having the domain knowledge about the defectiveness of a software, it is contradicting. Right? So this data is the invalid data. We cannot use this data as the valid data for the machine learning model. So how to do the comparison? Because in the real scenario, we will not get only 10 samples, right? We are having some problems. We are having thousands of records, right? So how to check this validity? For that, you have to do some statistical test to check the validity of the data set, right? So I will go to that statistical test. How to do, what is the method you have to follow to check the validity of a given data set, right? So why data, we are bothering about the data validity, what it matters, right? To the whatever problem you are solving, how it matters with respect to the data validity. So we have seen that the data is invalid. The whatever AI model you are going to design, it will learn the wrong pattern, right? So here what will happen? The accuracy of the developed model, it may decrease. And whatever decision your model is giving, it will become unreliable. Nobody will trust the decision generated by the AI-based model. So more time, more effort you are giving for designing the AI-based model. You are training the model, you are testing, you are evaluating the performance of the model. Your data is invalid. So what is the output? What you are getting at the end? Nothing, right? Because whatever your AI-based model it is giving, output it is giving, that is unreliable. Nobody will trust that one, right? So for that purpose, first, whenever we are collecting the data, we have to check the validity of the data for that particular application, right? So let me explain the data reliability. Then at the end, I will explain about the statistical test to check the validity of the data and to check the reliability of the data. Right, so the validity, it shows the accurate measurement of the data, right? And what about the data reliability? So the data reliability, it means the consistency and the stability of a measurement across time, items, or letters. So we'll see with respect to that example only, you can understand what do you mean by the reliability. If somebody is unmuted, please mute yourself. So the reliable measure yields the same results under the consistent conditions, right? So if you see, right, some cases, if you see your machine learning model, whenever you are running the program for multiple times, it is giving different results, right? Because due to randomly assignment of the weights and the biases or some parameters of the machine learning model. If there is a large variation with respect to the output, sometimes it is predicting the output as 10, next time it is predicting as 1000. So there is a lot of deviation between 10 and 1000, right? So whatever output the machine learning model it is generating, that is not reliable, right? So that is the consistency and the stability of the measurement with respect to time, with respect to items, or with respect to rate. So I will explain with respect to time, item, and the rate how it will vary. So why we are bothering about again this data reliability? So if you are having a high reliable data, it will ensure that the research findings are replicable and trustworthy. Sometimes you feel that some journals, they will ask you to submit your code, whatever coding part you have done, so that other researchers, they can reproduce the result. If I am able to reproduce a result, then only I will trust your model, right? Otherwise, why I will trust your model? If I am unable to replicate your result, reproduce your result, other researchers will not follow my work, right? So that is the meaning of your reliability, right? Okay, so the overall quality of the research will be enhanced, right? Because it will try to minimize the measurement error by giving consistent result across different time, right? Okay, so that time rater, I will show you with respect to the different types of reliability. And if you see, there are two types of reliability you can measure. One is your test, retest reliability. Second one is your inter-rater reliability. So what is this test, reset, retest reliability? So for the test scores, the stability of the test score with respect to time. Whenever you are conducting the same test, administered to the same group on two different occasions. Right? Suppose we are having with respect to, you see, we are having two students, they have written exam, right? Suppose two different time, I am the same. I am only the same teacher. I am evaluating the same answer script at different times. So today I have evaluated, I have given math 70. Tomorrow I am evaluating, I am giving 90. So there is a large variation. Right? That's whatever I am evaluating, my evaluation, whatever data I am producing, that is not reliable because a lot of variation is there. Suppose I am evaluating today, I am getting 70. Maybe tomorrow again I am evaluating the same answer script, I am getting 71 or 72 or 68, 69. So less variation is there, right? So that is called your test, retest reliability. With respect to the test score over time, so same test we are conducting on two different occasions or two different time periods. So if high test, retest reliability is there, it indicates that it measures consistent results over the time. So how to measure this reliability, right? Again, some statistical test we can do with respect to the data set. So measuring this test, reset reliability. And another is your inter-rater reliability. That is the degree of agreement or consistency between the different raters accessing the same phenomenon. Right? So this example I have shown you. Suppose the student answer script, I am evaluating over 2 different time periods. Suppose the same answer script is there. I am a teacher, right? Suppose I am the teacher T1. Another teacher is there T2, right? Suppose the T1 is evaluating the answer script and it is giving 70 marks. Again, the T2 is evaluating that same answer script and it is giving 90. So there is again lot of variation there, right? So the inter-rater reliability is not there here. So if small variation will be there, then we can say that inter-rater reliability is high. Suppose I am evaluating, I am giving 70 marks. Another teacher is evaluating the same answer sheet. Suppose he is giving 71, 72. Right? So that we can tell that. So the measure is free from your subjective bias. So there is no biasness between the teachers for assigning mark to the students. Right? So that is called your inter-rater reliability. So this reliability you can measure by doing some tests. And there is another internal consistency also you can see with respect to a data set. So the extent to which the items within a test consistently measure the same construct, right? So this one we can use by using the statistical test, that is your Cronbach's alpha, and this alpha value will determine whether the internal consistency is there between the data whatever you have collected, right? Suppose this alpha value, this Cronbach's alpha value, if you use this statistical method, it will generate the alpha value, and depending upon the alpha value, we can tell that. So high internal consistency indicates that the items are related. That means the records are related, and it is measuring the same underlying concept, whatever you required for our problem. So how, once you are having the data set, now how we are going to check this validity and the reliability, right? So there are different statistical methods, okay? And by using the statistical method, we can get the reliability coefficient. By using this reliability coefficient, you can conclude that whether the data is reliable or not, right? And of course, in the validity checking, for the validity checking, you can do only the EDA, and because the statistical content from the statistics, you can find out everything. The correlation between the between the input and the output, or among the inputs. So the validity you can check from the domain knowledge as well as by doing the exploratory data analysis. But doing the reliability checking, right, we have to apply some statistical methods. So the test reset reliability we have seen, and inter-rater reliability we have seen, and the internal consistency we have discussed, right? So for these three things, there are some statistical tests. So I will explain only 2 statistical tests, and you can see how those tests can be used to assess the reliability of the data set, right? So generally the reliability coefficient, you apply the statistical test, you will get the value in the range 0 to 1, right? And below 0.7 means this is not reliable, right? And above it should be above 0.7 for getting a good reliability. Right? So the data reliability, so this we have seen, right? Definition of all the reliability. So if you see, same data set, we'll consider now how to check the reliability of the data with respect to the defect prediction. So we are checking the consistency and the stability of the defect data when we are collecting repeatedly under the similar condition, right? Suppose for extracting, suppose there is no repository from where we can collect the LOC value, CC value, and the PD value. Suppose you assume we are using some automated extraction tool to generate these feature values or to generate the attribute values. So what you do? So we can use the same extraction tool under different time, and we can collect the data, and we can see whether consistency and the stability is there in the data or not. If it is there, we can tell that the data is reliable. If it is not there, the data is not reliable. So we can conclude that the automated tool, whatever we are using to extract the data, that is also not reliable, right? So we can do the reliability analysis with respect to data, with respect to the method also, right? Okay. Now, if you see, so with respect to that data set, suppose, right? This is not it. Now you see this one. Suppose we are having 3 modules, right? Suppose the last output I told you, that is, there is a binary classification problem. This may be a defective or non-defective, right? So, but there are 2 developers who are leveling the modules as defective or not defective, because we are talking about the supervised learning, right? Now, if you see, out of 3 modules, one developer, this is leveling the first module as defective, second as non-defective, third as defective. Similarly, the developer B, it is leveling the first module as defective, second one as defective, third is also defective, right? So how many, there are 2 raters here, 2 developers means 2 raters. 1 minute. Please, somebody is unmuted. Please mute yourself. Okay. So that inter-rater reliability I told in the previous slides, right? That the same answer script, this is evaluated by 2 teachers. So you think about that scenario. Same module, this is labeled by defective or non-defective by 2 different level developers, right? So that is called your inter-rater reliability. So how you can check this inter-rater reliability? Okay? So if you see that 2 out of 3 levels, there are 3 modules, right? So out of 3 leveling, 2 are matching. This is defective, this is defective, this is defective, this is defective. But for the second one, the developer A is giving non-defective, whereas developer B is giving defective, right? So these modules you can consider as the number of students in our class. Suppose we are having 100 students in my class. There are 2 teachers who are evaluating the marks of the students, right? So in that scenario, if you get the data, you can see how many data, right? How many modules or how many students inter-rater agreement is happening. Okay? So how to do that? And this is very small data, so you can count, right? So generally, if the data set is huge or the large number of samples are there, right? So you can measure the inter-rater reliability by using a statistical test that is called your Cohen's-Kappa test. So I will tell you how to do the Cohen's-Kappa test to check the reliability of the data. So if you are getting a higher reliable, so it is giving the statistics, that is the kappa value. Kappa value, if depending upon in the range 0 to 1, again there are some range in which you can decide that this data is highly reliable, right? That means consistently defect labeling it is happening between the different developers, right? Role reliability means the prediction model learns incorrect patterns. The data is not reliable, right? There is no pattern, consistent labeling pattern between the 2 developers. That is not reliable, right? Suppose one teacher, it will assign to the same student 30 marks. Some other teacher, it is giving 70 marks. That means the teacher is biased towards the student, right? So nobody will accept that evaluation mark. No students will evaluate that evaluation mark with respect to the teachers. Right? Okay. So if you are seeing, right, suppose you see the LOC value, we are talking about 3 attributes, LOC, CC, and suppose this is the PD value. Consider this is a type mismatching is there, type mistake is there, this is the PD value. So assume we are extracting by using this automated tool. So you can check the reliability of the tool itself also, whether the multiple times or different time domain if you are collecting the data, right? Whether it is generating the same type of data, consistent data, or different data it is generating, right? Suppose we are having, right, 2 modules are there, the V1.0 or V1.1. Now you are using that automated tool, right? So first time you are using, it is giving the LOC value as 1250. Second time again we are using it is 1250. So consistency is there. And the second module we are trying to extract by using the same tool. It is giving the LOC value as 1380. This is giving 1379. So there is minor variation in this data, right? So we can tell that the tool is reliable here, right? So you can check the reliability with respect to data. You can check the reliability with respect to the tool or the extraction process, whichever you are using to collect the data. So different levels of the data, you can check the reliability. Okay. One is your cross-version reliability or the cross-version data reliability also you can check. Suppose, right, we are having same data set we are collecting from multiple sources, right? Suppose here we are getting 18% defect rate, here you are getting 19%, here you are getting 17%. So what you are getting, here you are getting the similar defect patterns, right? So the whatever historical data you are collecting, that is reliable, right? So you can consider that one with respect to the different sources of collecting the data also. So which sources are reliable, that also you can check. So I can check with respect to my area, that is the software defect predictions. There is a NASA MDP or Promise repository where that repository is reliable itself to collect the data. So you can download the data and you can use that data. That data is validated, as well as this data is reliability also, it has been checked. Okay. Now repeated sampling also you can do to check the reliability of the data. Suppose first experiment you are running and different time, different percentage of your training and testing you are considering. First run, suppose you are considering 60-40, 60 training, 40 testing, you are getting 82% accuracy. Second run again, right? 70-30, 81.5. Round 3, 80-20, you are getting 82.3. So if you are changing the training and testing and multiple times you are running the program, now you are seeing the accuracy, there is a stable performance or little minor variation is there, right? So here you can tell that whatever data you are partitioning into the training and testing, that is also reliable. If that a fluctuation is there in the accuracy, suppose for this 82%, for this is 60% it is showing, for this it is showing 10%. So more fluctuation is there, you can conclude that. So whatever data you are using, that is the noisy data or the unreliable data for the machine learning model, right? So how you can improve the data reliability with respect to any problem? So you can use the automated tool, right? Write some leveling guidelines. Suppose the teachers, they are evaluating the student script. So some guidelines should be there, some evaluation scheme will be there, so that multiple teachers, if they will evaluate the same answer script, right? So there will be less variation in the mark assigned by different teachers. So instead of training testing, you can go for the cross validation also to improve the data reliability, right? Always you would try to remove the inconsistent or the duplicate records, right? And the inter and annotator agreement also, that I will show you how to measure that one by using the Cohen's-Burke testing, right? So these are the two statistical tests you can do, that the Cronbach's alpha statistical test and the Cohen's kappa test, to measure the reliability of the data with respect to any problem, any domain, right? So we have seen, right, this LOC, CC and PD. So how to check the internal consistency of the data by using this Cohen's alpha rule. Now if you see, suppose this is the data set we have collected. There are 5 modules, 5 instances. There are 3 attributes. So all the attribute values are given. So how many metrics are there? We are having the number of features equals to 3, right? So what we have to do in the Cohen's kappa, you calculate the variance of each feature or each metric. So variance of LOC, variance of CC, variance of CBO or PD, whatever you have considered. Variance of individual attribute you consider, right? Then you find out the sum of all the individual variances, right? Then what you do? Total score for each instance you calculate. How you are calculating this? For the first instance 135, you have to add all the 3 values here, 120, 10, 5. So it will be 135. Similarly, the last one, if you see, 140 plus 13 plus 16, 19. So 140 plus 21, 60, 159, I think last one, 159, right? Now, what is the variance of the total score also you find out. So variance of sum of individual variances, that is the sigma I square. Then variance of total score once you got, then what you do? So the Cronbach's alpha statistics formula is alpha equals to k by k minus 1, where k is the number of features we have collected, by k minus 1 into 1 minus, this is the sum of individual variance divided by total variance of the total score. So all values you got. So this value you will get as 0.46. So what you are going to conclude from this alpha value, right? So the research says that if the alpha value, generally I will show you in the table. So if this is less than 0.7, so there is low internal consistency. That means whatever metrics you are using, they may not reliably measure the same defect related property. So what is the, that's why I have shown you, right? I have shown in the previous example, I have shown LOC, CCPD, right? Now I have used a different metric. If you see, that is a CBO, one more metric, that is the coupling between the two objects or the two modules I have considered. So if the coherence kappa you are getting less than 0.7, that means your data is not reliable. So some of the irrelevant features you are using in the data set, right? And due to which your model will not be trained properly. So how to overcome that one, right? So for that, maybe you have to do the feature selection. Maybe the third feature, it is not required at all. That third feature you have to remove. So here you have to go for the feature selection, or metric refinement is needed. So whatever attributes we have collected for that particular data, maybe you have to focus on some new attribute on the data, right? So that is the interpretation from this Cronbach's alpha formula, right? Now to see the next one, that is the coherence kappa. So how the coherence kappa will be used to check the inter-rater agreement between the two developers, right? Similarly, inter-rater agreement between the two teachers whenever they are evaluating the same answer script for a particular student. Right? Now, if you see again, these are the right 5 modules are there, and each developer, each rater, they are labeling as this is a defective, non-defective. Right? Similarly, you can relate this example with respect to the student information that I will explain after 2-3 slides. Right? Now, if you here see how many, this is defective, 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 non-defective, no match. Here non-defective, non-defective, defective, defective, non-defective, defective. So out of 5 modules, for the 3 modules there is a matching, that the inter-rater agreement is matching. That means both developers, they have labeled as these are the same, right? Defective, defective, non-defective, non-defective, defective, defective. So what is this coherence kappa? How to find out this kappa value? Like your machine learning model output, right? We are getting the confusion matrix, right? Similarly, here also you can draw the confusion matrix between the two classes, right? The two developers, developer A defective, developer A non-defective, developer B defective, developer B non-defective. So how many modules we are having? 5. So how many modules the developer A is labeling as defective? How many modules the developer B is labeling as defective? So you can count here 2 like that. Defective, 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 defective. Right? Developer A is labeling as defective. Developer B is also labeling as defective. 2 only. This defective, defective 1. This defective, defective 1. 2. Similarly, how many modules developer A is labeling defective, but developer B as non-defective? Defective, non-defective. 1 only. This one. Right? Similarly, you can, from the data set, you can calculate this one. Developer A non-defective, developer B defective, you will get 1. Developer A non-defective, developer B non-defective. So if you count this one, you will get this confusion matrix. So how this coherence kappa, what it will do? It will find out. So first it will construct the confusion matrix, step 1. Step 2, it will find out the observed agreement between the two raters, right? So for how many samples it is matching? 2 samples from the defective, 1 sample from the non-defective, it is matching, right? That's why P0, observed agreement equals to, so agreement happens between the different raters. So 2 plus 1 by 3, 2 plus 1 plus 1 for another class, so 3 by 5, right? What is the expected agreement? So we are having total 5 modules. 3 modules are defective, 2 modules are non-defective, right? Out of 5, how many raters are there? 2 raters are there. That's why 3 by 5 into 3 by 5 plus 2 by 5 into 2 by 5. Suppose there are 3 raters or 3 developers, then one more term it will come here, right? So expected agreement. So once you got the observed agreement and the expected agreement, what you do? So the coherence kappa statistical formula is K value equals to P0 minus P divided by 1 minus P, where P0 is the observed agreement. So from the confusion matrix, and how you will get the confusion matrix? You will get the confusion matrix from the data set, whatever you have collected, right? So I think in the Python also, there are Python libraries are there, which will directly do this coherence kappa test. Cronbach's alpha test. So by using those tests, you can validate and you can check the reliability of your data set, whatever you have collected. So for this data, if you calculate, right, you will get the K value as 0.17. So what you have to interpret from this 0.17 value, right? Again, 0.17 means there is a poor agreement between the raters or between the developers, right? So the leveling, whatever we have done with respect to the data set or whatever we have collected, those are unreliable, right? So what is the, how you have to overcome that problem? So the data set needs re-leveling or clearer guideline how to level the models, right? So in that way, you can use this Cohen's-Kappa test to check the inter-rater reliability of the data set. So basically, this is the reliability interpretation table, right? So Cronbach's alpha, generally 0.6 to 0.7, this is acceptable. Less than 0.5, this is poor. Greater than 0.5, good. So that is a reliability interpretation, right? Similarly, the Cohen's-Kappa K value, if this is less than 0.2, interpretation is reliability is very poor. 0.4 to 0.6, it is moderate, and greater than 0.8, you can conclude that there is a high reliability is there in that model, right? Okay. So we have seen, right, this step already explained in the previous example, right? What is the use of this convex alpha and what is the use of this Cohen's-Kappa, right? So Cohen's-Kappa, generally the convex alpha, this is used to check the internal consistency of the features, whereas the convex alpha, the internal consistency, and the Cohen's-Kappa, it will check the or evaluate the agreement between the different developers, right, for the building the model. So there is some relationship between the validity and the reliability also, right? Somewhere you will see the data is valid, the data is not reliable. Sometimes the data is invalid, but the data is reliable. So you have to check both because they will interact with each other, right? So what is the relationship between this? So interdependence is there between the validity and the reliability. They are closely linked with each other, right? So the measure can be reliable without being valid. Without being valid, that measure can be reliable, but it cannot be valid if it is not reliable, right? Suppose you are getting inaccurate measurement. Consistently inaccurate measurement. That means consistency is there, high reliability is there, but inaccurate measure. So that is the low validity. Suppose you know your weight is suppose 60 kg, right? And you are using a weight machine to weight to measure your weights. Suppose that weight machine 10 days you are continuously measuring and it is showing 100 kg as your weight, right? So the consistently it is producing the result as 100 kg, but your weight is not 100, right? You are having 50 kg weight. So the data is reliable, but it is not valid, right? That is the high reliable and the low valid. However, those results will not accurately reflect the two constant whatever we are measuring. So that also you have to see. So you want valid data as well as a high reliable data for developing a machine learning model, right? So complementary roles, they will act as interdependence. There are complementary roles also between the validity and the reliability. So generally the reliability, it will provide a foundation for validity, right? Suppose a measure is not reliable, so you cannot draw any conclusion, right? Suppose whatever you have developed a model and nobody is able to generate consistent output from your model. That means the replication is not possible from your developed code. So that is not reliable. So whether you can draw any conclusion if your output is not consistent. So valid measures should also demonstrate reliability. Let us see how now we'll integrate this AI-based education system, how we will measure this validity and reliability with respect to the educational system. As we have seen, there are different stakeholders for the education system. Now, if you understood the concept of validity and the reliability, we can integrate here also. Suppose we have an AI-based educational system, which is using the student data to perform some task. Suppose it is predicting the student performance. It is identify the slow learner. It is recommending some personalized learning content. It is automating doing the evaluation and the feedback, right? So whatever the decision your AI-based educational system is giving to the student directly depends upon the data validity and the reliability, right? So the quality of decision made by this AI-based education system, right, directly depends on data validity and the reliability. That means the data should be valid and the data should be reliable in order to generate a quality decision from this AI-based education system. Let us see. Okay, let us see this one. Now see, suppose we'll track only one module. Suppose we are having a AI-based system, which is predicting the student academic performance. So what do you think in order to predict the student academic performance? Suppose somebody has collected these attributes, right? What is the attendance of the student? What is the internal marks of the student? What is the assignment scores of the student? What is the quiz tests? How many quiz tests he has given? What is the result of each quiz test? Interaction time with LMS. Suppose these are the some of the attributes somebody has collected. Suppose I am collecting only two attributes. Student roll number, student age, students, in which hostel the student is staying. So what do you think, whether this person has collected valid data or I have collected the valid data? Because whatever I have collected, student name, student's age, and in which hostel the student is staying, these are not related to the student academic performance, right? So whatever I have collected, that is invalid data. So if I will develop a model and I will use this data to train my AI-based system, whether it will generate a quality decision? No, right? So that is the validity checking we are doing whenever we are designing an AI-based system to predict the student academic performance, right? So what it will do? So if you want to check the content validity, right? So what content validity already we have discussed, it will ensure all the relevant learning factors are included or not. So what are the relevant learning factors? Whatever we have used here, all are relevant towards your learning factor, right? Attendance percentage, assignment score, exam mark, how many times the student is participating in the online discussion. Maybe all are valid attributes for that learning factors. Right? Suppose I am collecting only exam marks. So exam marks and I am ignoring the attendance, I am ignoring the assignment score. So the data is having the low content validity because exam mark only I am using. So there is no high content validity. This data is valid but low content validity, right? By using the exam score also you can predict the student performance, but along with the exam marks, we need all other attributes also, right? So you can check the content validity like this. Construct validity, whether whatever educational, right, measurements we are using, attributes we are using, they are measured correctly or not. So student engagement, how will you measure? How many times the student is doing login? What is the frequency of login to that system? How much time the student is spending on learning videos? Suppose you have updated some videos into that LMS system. How many number of quiz the student has attempted? All are your valid construct validity, it is there, right? Suppose you will check, somebody has checked only the number of logins, how many times the student is entering into the LMS system. So can you, with that attribute, number of logins, can you predict the performance of the student? No. So that is your incomplete construct. So complete construct validity is not satisfied for that attribute. So you have to be very careful whenever you are collecting the data to design the AI-based system, right? Similarly, you can check the criteria validity, right? Whether your AI prediction, whatever your AI-based system is predicting, whether it is matching the actual outcome or not. Suppose the AI-based system, it is predicting the score as A grade, and finally university exam also it is getting A grade. That means criteria validity is there. Agreement is there between the AI-based system and the final university exam, right? So strong criteria validity is there. Otherwise, if it will not happen also, then that cannot be used as an input to the machine learning model. Internal validity also you can check. Higher attendance, better performance. More assignments completed, higher marks. So if there is some random relationship you are getting between the higher attendance, better performance, sometimes it may deviate also for some students in the real life. So they are also poor internal validity is there. So we have to be very careful whenever we are using, right, any data for designing any AI-based system for any societal problems. So what are the common data validity problems? Maybe due to, right, incorrect student records, missing attendance data is there, inconsistent grading scale is there, outdated academic data is there. If you are not able to generate this type of data, then the validity problems happens in the. Please mute yourself. Yes. Now, how to check the data reliability in this AI-based educational system, right? So, as we have discussed, data reliability, it means whether the data is consistent, stable, and the repeatable. So, if you use the test, reset, test, and the retest reliability, so same student performance we are measuring at different times. I am the teacher. I am measuring today, I am measuring again tomorrow, re-evaluating. Suppose today I am giving 82, tomorrow I am giving 80. So there is a small variation. So my evaluation may be reliable, right? Suppose today I am giving 82, tomorrow I am giving 50. That means large variation is there, right? So that whatever I am giving the output, that is not reliable, right? So that I told how to check the test reset reliability by using that Cohen's kappa and the Cronbach's test, right? Similarly, the inter-rater reliability, different teachers grading the same answer script. Teacher A 75, teacher B 74, same student. So higher agreement is there between the two teachers. So the data is reliable here, right? Internal consistency also you can check by using the Cronbach's alpha, right? I told how to find out this alpha value, and from this alpha value, how we can conclude whether the data is reliable or not, right? And with respect to this educational, right, AI-based educational system, sometimes you can check the system of the sensor reliability from where you are collecting the data also, right? So consistency of the automated system. So whatever, suppose you are using the LMS, it is conducting some online test. So this online test platform records correct marks every time. Otherwise, the LMS logs also, it will maintain the correct attendance repeatedly. Suppose the system passes happen on the wrong logs, it is saving, right? So that data, whatever you are taking from the automated system, it will become unreliable. So the reliability of the system or the sensor here means it's the LMS, yeah, from where you are collecting the data. Sometimes, like the defect prediction I told about the extraction tool, right? From where, how you are extracting, from where you are extracting. Source should be reliable, right? That also you can check whenever you are collecting data to solve a particular problem. Right? So as we have seen, right, how to check the validity, how to check the reliability. So what is the importance of this validity and the reliability in designing AI-based educational system, right? So for this particular scenario only, student performance I am telling. So valid data, it will ensure correct student performance prediction, fair evaluation, meaningful personalization. Some meaningful recommendation it should give to the student. And the reliable data ensures, right, the AI model performance should be stable and consistency, reproducible academic results, due to which there will be trust in the automated systems by the students. Otherwise, suppose now today your AI-based educational system, it is generating grade A for the student, tomorrow it is generating grade C for the student. Whether the students will trust your automated system? No, right? So for that, we have to check the validity and the reliability of the data. Okay. So coming to the conclusion, we have seen the validity of the data. It ensures the correctness in the data, and the reliability, it ensures the consistency in the data. So both are essential for developing the AI-based system in any application with respect to any domain, right? So I think this is the end of this session. So we have seen, so for a large data set, right, for a small data set, you can check the domain knowledge, you can check about the validity and the reliability. For the large data set, you have to go for that statistical test, and already all the statistical tests are integrated in the Python as the library. Before taking the data as the input to your machine learning model, you can check the validity and the reliability by applying those tests, so that valid data you are considering as input of your model, and whatever model your model is giving some decision, that should be reliable. That should be accepted by the users who are using your automated system, right? So this is all about this session. If you're having any questions related to this validity and the reliability, you can ask. Is there any available data set or hand collect? This is the hand collected data set only. Data set you have to collect with respect to your given problem only, right? And the questions are there. If you are solving any problem, right, you first you check the validity of the data, reliability of the data, then you can go for developing the model. Generally, if you are downloading the data from a reliable source, all the data are validated and the reliability already checked by the repositories, right? But sometimes whenever you are simulating the data, no real data are available and you are simulating, then you can use this test to check the validity and the reliability of the model. Yes, any questions? Okay, if no questions are there, so we'll start our next session. I think 7 o'clock it is given. So we'll take a break of 10-15 minutes. After that, Sanjay sir will take the session. Just take a break of 10-15 minutes, then we'll start the last session of today. Yeah, you can leave during the break. Again, you can join, no problem. Nobody is stopping you. You can join again after 10 minutes. No problem. Okay, thank you all.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So good evening to all the participants. I welcome all of you to the 12th session and day 3 session 4, in which we are going to discuss about LLM powered teaching, which we have discussed in the previous session also. So I'll tell you in this session how we can integrate LLM into our teaching learning process. What is the pros and cons of such integration? But before we go to this one, let us understand a little bit technicality of large language model. So I told you we have a language model. Language model is broadly divided into two parts. One is large language model, which is LLM, and also there is a small language model. So as I asked in the previous session, if you ask ChatGPT about what is a language model, so one of the response which I have shown you in the previous lecture, which shows that the probability of the next word, right? Like whenever we text to our friend or we do the chatting with one of our friend, then also we are getting the probability of the next word. Or if we commit some kind of typos, so our keyboard is you can say it is a smart keyboard which help us to correct that particular word, right? That's why the language model is not new, but by looking into very vast amount of the data or in the process of training, we can say the large language model is new. Like many of the users are iPhone users. Those who are using iPhone is also able to identify the next word whenever you write some text. And iPhone uses a techniques behind predicting the next word. Like I mentioned that A, B, C, and D. The next word will be E, right? Because we have seen that A, B, C, D together. And the next word of D is E. That's why we predict the next word is E. Similarly, if you look into the iPhone context, iPhone uses a model behind predicting this next word, which is called as Markov model. And the Markov model was developed. Markov model was developed in the year of 1948. And you can see this 1948 means again it is 70-80 years back. So again you can see this particular model is not at all new. Similarly, if you go for Google also able to, like if I want to search something, okay, in Google search bar, so it is also able to predict the next word. So behind that predicting the next word, we have an architecture that is called as a sequence to sequence architecture, or in short we call that as a SCQ to SCQ architecture. And this architecture introduced by Google in the year of 2014. Again, 2014 is also one decade back. So when 2014 we talk about 2014, at that time we don't have the large language model. So all these architectures, like I mentioned, that all are coming in the branches of AI. If you go inside AI, you will find machine learning. If you go inside deep learning, inside the machine learning, you will find deep learning. Again, when you talk about a very large deep learning model, it is just like our large language model, which is a very large deep learning based model. So all these machine learning and deep learning techniques, they are also based upon the concept of the neural network. So what is a neural network? In simple term, you can say there is a input layer in the neural network. I am writing input as I by P, and there is a output layer O by P. I am writing in short. And in between the input and output layer, we have a set of hidden layers, right? And number of hidden layers you can decide, right? Like in order to convert the input to the output, we may have several hidden layers, right? If hidden layer is very high, then we call it a very complex model. Normally in the machine learning model, number of hidden layers are very less. But when you go for in today's model, you will find that number of hidden layers are very high, right? So our ultimate goal is to convert input to the output. Like ChatGPT, you are giving a prompt as a input and you are getting a completion as your output. But in order to convert this input to the output, we have a set of hidden layers. And one more thing which I have shown in this slide, this is the architecture which is followed by Google, which is called a sequence to sequence architecture, and this is a detailed architecture. And broadly, if you see this architecture, you will find a encoder unit and you will find a decoder unit. In a simpler term, if you go for security perspective, you know about when I am sending an email to you, right? And the sender and receiver of this email are not present in the same network. Right? Like I'm sending an email to 350 participants. All these 350 participants are not in the same location. So it go through various network or various network devices to reach the same content to you. Right? And there may be a minor delay whenever I am transferring it. For example, I am sending now. After 30 seconds, let's say you are getting that email. So that is nothing but the delay in transferring an email from the source end to the destination end. So it may happen that when multiple devices are in between, there may be possibility that somebody can misuse this information also. If the information is confidential information, then it may happen that somebody is going to misuse this information. That's why when we go for some kind of security, when you talk about a mobile message or you talk about an email or you talk about a large amount of file you are transferring over the network, so we have a process called as encryption, and the destination end we call that process as decryption. First we encrypt the message, in the receiver end we are going to decrypt that particular message. And in between, if somebody tries to extract that information, the normally attackers usually do that, but they will not able to understand because they do not know the encryption key or decryption key. So in general, what we are doing, whatever we are giving input, it has gone through the encoding page, and whatever is generated by this ChatGPT, it is in the completion phase through the decoder. So let us understand it in detail. Like somebody has given a text like "look at the pretty bird," right? This is given input through the encoder, right? So this is nothing but a group of words, right? I can say this is a sentence also, right? Let us assume that this is a sentence, although it is not a full-page sentence, right? A sentence consists of several words, right? So in this group of words, right, when you give input to the encoder, the first thing encoder is doing the process of embedding. So it is converting this into embedding. Embedding means it is converting it to some numerical value. For example, some word can be given as one particular vector. Okay, vector, it is nothing but a numeric vector. So it is converting into numeric vector in the encoder phase. First of all, whatever input it has received, it has to divide that input into set of words. Because sometimes when you are writing a message, you may commit a mistake also. You forget to put a space also. So your model knows that there is no word called as, let's say, look at as a single word. So it knows that it know that you have written look, you forget to put a space, then you have written at. In that way, it can understand also. So that can be done in the process of encoding. So the main thing what encoder is doing, it is taking a set of words. Words are also called as tokens. So it taking tokens in a particular source language. Like here the source language is English, but when we implement in education system, like if you want to implement a large language model in school education, then you know that it need to be available in the local languages also, like Hindi, Telugu, and other languages also, right? So tokens from the source language are sent to the encoder, okay, and one token is processed at a time, and it is converted to a embedding vector here, and after that it is again converted into a third vector. Means whatever input you have given, that is converted into a third vector. Vector is nothing but a series of values, right? And apart from that, there is a start token. You can see here there is a start token. Why the start token is used? The start token triggers that. The start token actually triggers that from here the output token is going to be generated. Like I mentioned you in the previous session, like if I am writing A, B, C, D, and I am predicting the next word. So the start token is saying that up to this it is an input token, and after this whatever you are generating, there is the output token. That's why there is a special token called a start is sent to the decoder, indicating that this is the start of the output token. So for example, any large language model or ChatGPT like platform, it has generated a text called as Mira. Okay. The next word is predicted, let's say Mira, right? So that word is again given as input to the decoder to generate the next word, AL. Okay. Similarly, the AL is given as input to generate another word called as CRDITU. Okay, it may not be the proper word, right? It can be a combination of two words or a fragment of a particular word. For example, if I say philosophy, philosophy is a very large word, right? So when LLM is generating such word, it may not take philosophy as a single token. Rather than, let's say, PH, first few letters, it can be considered a token. Then next few words can be considered as a token. Like that, it will consider there are several tokens. So this process is iterative. What you can see, this is first, this is done once, this is also done once. Start token is once, but this 4, 5, 6 process, right? It is generating a token, it is feedback to again to the decoder, it is generating the next token. So this process will continue unless you find a end token. That means whatever input you are giving to the ChatGPT, that is nothing but your ABCD. But what it is generating, that is nothing but the start of a particular token, let's say E. And let's say after E also you want to generate another thing, then it will print F, right? The next one is F. And once it generates E and F, then the end token is generated. End token indicates that there is no need to predict any further one. So this is the model that is used by large language model to generate the next one. So this process I have written in a step-by-step process until unless you don't want to predict the next word, this process is going to be continued, right, through the decoder. So I am not going to entail this because I already discussed about. So I have included it so that it will help to you to understand that what is going on behind the large language model. Now, as I said that Markov model, right? Markov model is used in our iPhone. Those participants are using iPhone. You are using Markov model, and it is 1948 model. Similarly, those people who are using Google, right? All of us are Google using different kind of applications of the Google. Google uses the sequence-to-sequence architecture. Similarly, in 2015, okay, you can say 1 decade back, there is something called as a neural machine translation. Okay, neural machine translation by jointly learning to align and translate. The main objective in 2015, the machine translation is that we need to think about the alignment of the text. What do you mean by alignment of the text? Like I told you, let's say this is a word called transform. But you got a token as TRAN. You got another token as SFOR. Another token is MER. So you need to understand that this sequence of letters belongs to a particular word. When you make a translation also, that is important. And when you translate also, like previous lectures also I translated by writing my friend is a doctor, right? So when you write my, then it convert it into English to Hindi. When I'm writing doctor, it is selecting my doctor. It is not only converting doctor. Because translation is nothing related to converting one word by one word, but we have to see the semantic also. That's why when I'm writing my, it is generating its equivalent word. When I'm writing my friend, so it is generating the equivalent of my friend. When I'm writing my friend is, then that 3 is considered as a single sentence or a phrase which it is converted into a particular language. Similarly, if you go to 2017, Google has published a research paper, and that research paper name is called as Attention is All You Need. Okay, the paper name is Attention is All You Need. You can Google it also. So if you go to this paper, it talks about the architecture which is called as a transformer architecture. Okay, like I told you about encoder and decoder, and detail of the encoder and decoder is given here. As most of you may not belongs to in computer science branch, you just imagine that there is something a encoder and there is something called as decoder. Decoder is used to generate subsequent words. Encoder is used to convert what is the input you have given to a ChatGPT like platform to convert it into thought vector. Similarly, in the year of 2018, GPT actually started. Although we do not know by that time because that is not that much popular. So this GPT, which we say ChatGPT, right? So GPT stands for Generative Pre-training Model. So generative, G stands for generative, P stands for pre, T stands for training. In 2018, GPT has started. So people have started language understanding by this GPT model. But at that time, GPT model is not popular. Can anybody say why it is not popular in the initial phase 2018? Like if you remember, during COVID time, we have not used this ChatGPT like platform. Why it was not popular in initial days? Why it is popular in today's era? Can you tell me? Just guess why it is not popular. Any answer for it? Why these models are popular now? The same GPT model we are using, right? But a different version. But why the initial version has not succeeded? Why that is not used by most of the people in 2018? Yeah, this is error prone, right? It is image based output. No, initially it is text based only. Initially, all these models are started with text only. Nowadays, they tried with image, but they have not succeeded up to some extent. They succeed up to some extent, but not fully. And nowadays also they are going for audio. So different multimedia things they are adding. We are aware it is in lockdown. Oh, you are saying that you are aware of the GPT model, but GPT is not that much popular. What I actually try to mention you, right? Because the way we know about the things on those days, that is not that much popular. Yeah, there is a less parameter training. Exactly. So at that time, it is not that much interactive. Even if you ask something, whatever response you are getting, you are not happy with that particular response. I'll tell you a reason behind it. Actually, all these things are done because of Alan Turing, right? You know about Alan Turing is a very popular computer scientist, right? Okay, so Alan Turing is very popular because you know about there is an award which is given by one of the society called as ACM, okay, Association of Computing Machinery, right? ACM. So ACM gives a award called as Turing Award. So it is in the name of the Alan Turing. What Alan Turing has mentioned that consider, yeah, you know about him about the time complexity. Somebody knows about him because of the Turing test, right? So if you see, Alan Turing has given a test in 1948, I think, if I'm correct. Because he expired in the year of 1952 or 54, something like that, long back only. Again, you know, the birth of AI is 1956. So before the birth of the artificial intelligence, Turing was not there. But the test which he mentioned, that is used in today's world also, Turing said that you consider a room. This is a room. Assume that in the room which you are now sitting, suppose I partition that room into two parts, right? Let's say you are present here, okay? you are given with a computer system, right? And you do not know exactly who is there in other side. Okay, this is you, right? You are given with a computer system, but you do not know who is there in other side. What you have to do, you have to make a conversation through this computer. Through this computer, you have to make conversation with another person, a person or a computer which is there in the other side. So this side there may be a computer or there may be a human being who is operating this particular computer, but you are not sure about it. That's why I'm putting a question mark. So what you will do, you will ask some kind of text, you will type some kind of text in this computer system, which will send that these things to here. Okay, then this computer may respond, or a person who is operating this computer will respond to your answer. And this conversation will go on for a minimum of 30 minutes or some predetermined time. After 30 minutes of conversation, I'll ask you that whether you have made a conversation with a computer or a human being. So if your answer is that you interacted with a let's say human being, you have interacted with a human being based on the conversation, but actually there is a computer, but there is no human being, right? Then we say that Turing test is succeed. Is it clear what is Turing test? You have to make conversation. After the conversation, if you say that I have made a conversation with a human being through this, anyhow, that is by computer, by through a computer only, but this computer is operated by a human being, but actually I found that there is no person who is there inside this room, then we can say Turing test is succeed. So Turing has defined this particular test and say that on those days, whatever computational devices, I will not say computer because they are actually not computer, right? But whatever devices are available, they are incompetent to pass this particular test. But Turing mentioned that over a period of 50 years, minimum 50 or 60 years, you will see computer becomes so powerful, it becomes so powerful so that you cannot distinguish whether there is a computer or a human being. That actually ChatGPT is doing. Although the test is old, but what we are going to achieve is nothing but what he mentioned by the Turing long way, right? So there is a competition in United States that is called as imitation game, or it is called as Loebner Prize. So many countries, they participate in this competition. This competition is just to design a computer system which behaves like a computer. Design a computer system or design a system which behaves like a human. Like I told you, human-like test, right? So this competition is done once in a year, and anybody who won this competition, they will get $1 million. $1 million. That is a very big amount, right? So every year this competition is happening. Like ChatGPT, some version is coming available now. Like currently it is having version number 5. Maybe next year some new versions will come. That version may be better than the previous version, right? So come to my question, what I asked you that here, that why these models are not popular during COVID time. Although some people mentioned that they are aware of this thing, but most of us are not aware of it. Why? Because that is having error prone, or somebody has mentioned about less parameter training. That is also true. Less conversational interface. That is also true. Okay, so these are the limitations with this machine. So now, if you see the fact says that in 2018, GPT, the generative pre-trained model, is trained. Okay, it is trained using only 4.5 GB of internet data. Now, if I ask you how much data is available in your Google Drive, can anybody write in the chat box how much data you kept in your Google Drive? Yeah, if you are using Gmail or a particular account, Google account, then it is less than 15 GB, right? 10 GB, 15 GB. And as we are using institutional account, I have around 110 GB of data in my institute account, which is again powered by Google only, right? 12 GB and 15 GB. So imagine why I'm asking that. You see, you have 15 GB of data, 30 GB of data, 10 GB of data, but the amount of data that is used to train this GPT model is only 4.5 GB. Okay, if I ask you if you are a PhD student, you know that the paper which you have collected during your literature time, right? It is more than 4.0 GB, right? So with 4.0 GB of data, doing the things is very difficult, right? Because if you are taking small data, it will be more biased. We have seen in the previous session, there are many biases are there. We only focus on the gender bias, right? So with 4.0 GB of data, interaction, if you do, that is not successful. And as Madam mentioned about the less parameter training, if you see the number of parameters that is used for training is 117 million. 170 million is not small, right? But it is large only. But compared to today's model, it is very, very less. But data wise, obviously, all of you will agree 4.5 GB of data. We are using a pen drive size of minimum 32 GB, right? That much data is also not given to GPT. That's why GPT is not that much popular. Coming to 2019, where GPT-2 launched, they have around increased, I can say, approximately 10 times of the internet data, right? 4.5, 45 GB is 10%, right? 10 times. So they have taken 40 GB of data. Again, 40 GB is also very small, right? But if you see in terms of parameter, it has increased to millions to billion. Okay. Anyhow, both are close to each other because million, some million is equal to billion, right? Like that. So number of parameters are also not drastically increased. This less only. Similarly, come to 2020, we have 570 GB of the data. And in order to say that how many tokens are nothing but the words, right? Your name, if your first name, middle name, last name is there, it is 3 tokens, right? So number of tokens which is there in this 570 GB of data is 499 billion tokens. So obviously it is a powerful model, right? If you increase the data, then your machine will learn and do the things. And number of parameters you can see, it is around 1.5 or 2 billion if you take. The number of billion parameters that are used is 175 billions of parameters, which is very, very huge. So definitely the performance of the model is going to be increased, right? Come to 2022, they have not disclosed, although they launched another version of ChatGPT 3, that is 3.5, but they have not disclosed, but they mentioned that we have used the same billions parameter. Similarly, 23, they mentioned that 13 trillion tokens, 490 billion tokens. Now billion is changed to trillion. This much trillion of tokens they have used, and number of parameters is changed from billion to trillion. But people say that it is a rumor. They have not used that much parameter. But it is more. It is if not in trillion, but it is a very large amount of billion parameters they have used to train their model, right? So what we try to understand from this particular part is that day by day the internet data is increasing, right? Internet data is increasing, but the data which is fed to our training to train a particular model, that also increases. On the other hand, the amount of parameters that are used to train a model is also increasing, right? Now, if I ask a very simple question, just imagine that if you want to train a ChatGPT 4 model, or let's say ChatGPT 5 model, which is currently there, how much amount of cost is required to run this particular model? Can you guess that cost? If I ask you to run ChatGPT 4 or ChatGPT 5, I'll give you the data, I'll give you the parameters. So if you run that particular model, what is the cost required to run this model?
Maybe depending on the parameters that judge the
I mentioned here the
model.
battery is 1.8 trillion and number of tokens is 13 trillion tokens. So with this, you guess how much, what is the training cost?
Okay.
Just a guess. Okay. So can you write in the chat box what is the cost, training cost? Okay, the training cost is nothing but 100 million US dollar. This much cost is required to train a model. Okay. Why this much cost is required? I'll take a very simple example to understand this, because many of you are not belongs to computer science, right? So right, we write code in Google Colab, right? All of you are nowadays writing code in Google Colab, or you are using Gmail, Google based services. So in Google based services, what happens once you exceed 15 GB, because all of you have been having Gmail, and Gmail is one of the service of the Google, and you are using Google Photo, you are using Google Drive. So you are given with a space of only 15 GB. And by the time you cross 15 GB, what you have to do? You have to pay. If you don't pay, then you will not get any email. If you get any, I will send a mail to you, it will be bounced, right? Or Google will send some kind of alert or notification to you stating that you exceed 15 GB, right? Similarly, you think about the amount of the data that is required to run a particular model. So after 15 GB, you are going to pay. Similarly, you think about 13 trillion tokens and think about 1.8 trillion parameters. This much data and parameters, if you want to run, the cost is $100 million, the training cost, which is not at all affordable by an individual. As an individual, I cannot afford it. So what we will do? We have to depend on some organizations. Okay. But ChatGPT is nowadays using the internet data. We are talking about internet text. Internet is nothing but our www, right? So the total amount of data which is available in the internet, from the birth of the internet to till date, if you see, the cost is this much. That's why training cost is very, very high. The training cost is not small. It is very, very high. Now let us do an experiment, right? I'll all of you open ChatGPT. Just to understand this, I'll show you some example. Yeah. So now let us write a prompt here. Right, to generate a photo. Right, I am saying I need a portrait photo of a let's say kangaroo wearing an orange hoodie, okay, and blue sunglasses, standing on the grass in front of the Sydney Opera House, holding a sign on the chest that says "Welcome to STTP on AI for Education and Society." Okay, let me paste this in the chat box so that you can copy. Just try this one. So actually I'm saying what is the meaning of this one. I want to create a portrait photo. You know about portrait and landscape are the two different modes that we are using Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, all these things. I want to get a photo of a kangaroo, right? All of you know kangaroo, right? And kangaroo is wearing a orange hoodie, right? And a blue sunglass. And this kangaroo is standing on the grass in front of some opera house, which is located in Sydney, right? And it has a signboard on chest. who says that welcome to something HTTP on AI Education Society, right? So let us generate this photo. All of you try to generate the photo and give your comment after that. Are you getting a correct image or not? It will take time. Yeah, anybody got the image? Write in the chat box, yes or no. Yeah. Are you getting the correct image? Correct image means first you check that kangaroo is there or not, sunglass is there or not, right? Orange hoodie is there or not. Sydney Opera House, okay, that you can search in Google how it looked like, right? And there is a signboard which says that welcome to this HTTP. All these things should satisfy. Yeah, you see here. It is showing a kangaroo, right? Orange hoodie also it is true, right? Then blue sunglass also correct, right? Then there is a grass also, you can see grass is also there, and it is showing a message also, welcome to HTTP on AI for Education Society. Is there any spelling mistake? Okay, those who generated, just check that is there any spelling mistake here. Spelling mistake in the term of text, whatever is given in this image. Have you found any mistake in this image? No, right? We have not found, right? So let us see in that perspective what is these parameters, right? So I have given this one here also, which you can see here, right? This prompt only I told you to write, right? Just I have changed welcome friends. Instead of that, I told you to write about our FTP, right? Yeah, due to internet speed also, it will ask you to try again later, okay? Because you have given so many contexts. Understanding all these concepts, it is difficult. Now, can you tell me what is this 350M, 750M, 3B, 20B, and what is the difference in this?
Size of front image.
No, not this. Not this is not the size of image, because you see the size of image is more or less same. Size of the image is more or less same. Okay. Let's say it is 480 cross 480, for example. Okay, so all images are 480 cross 480. What is this? Can anybody guess? 350M, 750M, 3B, 220B.
Lens, sir?
No, not length.
Lens of the cam.
No, not length. Yeah, somebody has mentioned that is called as millions and billions. So what happened initially, if I take a large language model, right? As I mentioned that different version of GPT model I told you, right? From there you can understand this one. I have taken a large language model like ChatGPT, right? And I trained that using 350 million parameter. Only 350 million parameter. Like I told you, GPT-1 having 117 million parameter. I tried with 315 million parameter. So it is generating a kangaroo, but instead of showing a hoodie is also not clear. It is just like a cloth which is surrounded, right? Okay, again, Opera House is also not that much clear. Grass it is showing, but I asked here that a board contain welcome friend, but it is not showing that, right? It is not showing welcome friends, right? And I have taken the same model and I tried with the 750 million parameters. So what happened? Slightly it is increased, but still the text is not clear and there is many errors in the particular model. Right or not? Then when I tried with the 3 billion parameter, it is improved, but again it is showing 2 signboard, which is also not correct. But when I tried with the 20 billion parameter, it is showing that welcome friends, orange hoodie, blue sunglasses, Sydney Opera House, and sign on board on chest and saying welcome. And now how many parameters you are using? You are using trillion parameters. As I mentioned, in 2023, with the model GPT-4, started using trillion parameters. Now we are using ChatGPT-5. So it has much more than the 20 billion parameters. That is the reason why you are getting a correct image. If you remember the second session which was delivered by Professor Rakesh Mahanti, in which he has generated some image in which there is a slight mistake in some spellings. Why? The reason is that now also I am not saying that with trillion parameters you are not going to get mistakes. But why such mistakes happen? Because the model has trained with less number of parameters. So if you generate, like how many such tokens you can generate in ChatGPT per day? It is limited. After generating 2-3 images, ChatGPT will ask you that to subscribe or go for premium version, something like that, right? Then only it is able to, you can generate more number of correct images. Similarly, there is another prompt which you can try, that is a map of United States made out of sushi, and it is on a table next to a glass of red wine, right? So if you try, again try with a model having 350 million parameter, 750 parameter, 3 billion and 20 billion, you will see there is an improvement when there is an increase in the number of parameters that are used to train that. So that actually message which I want to give. Until unless you train a model with large set of parameters, large amount of text, getting the perfect result is really challenging. Right? You will get some kind of mistake. Sometimes you will ask blue glass, it will not give a blue glass. Sometimes it will not show the Sydney Opera House. Sometimes the text it will generate, but text is not that much correct. Right? There is some slight mistake in the text, right? That you can identify. So this is nothing but the pre-training sets are increasing from one images to the another image. That actually I want to highlight here. Now, coming to how you can think about integrating this large language model for academic research. So, you know, this comes under the deep learning, right? Deep learning is, you can say, very narrow area which comes under the artificial intelligence. And if you see the superset of our deep learning, then machine learning will come into picture. So whether there is a machine learning engineers, we normally say machine learning engineers rather than saying the deep learning engineers. So these ML engineers seem to find a new purpose for LLM models almost every day. They always try to apply this large language model in various applications. Now, many institutes also they have given their project works to their students to develop the large language model, which is applied to their institute or admission process, institute result process, institute day-to-day activities, and so on. Like we have seen in yesterday also, in coding, I told you about guardrails and jailbreak. So that is used to avoid some kind of manipulation or plagiarism or some kind of dishonesty work, right? And how we can break that, right? So basically, these LLMs are nothing but the computer algorithms, very large algorithms, you can say, and it has the power to help people in the process of coding, because many people lack in coding. Those people who are not in computer science allied branches, they don't have interest in the coding. They want that there is some tools should be available which can help in drag and drop. Like when you talk about machine learning, we have a tool called as Orange. You can type in Google. Those who are interested in applying machine learning technique without writing code, okay, especially those are not belongs to CS related branch. There is a tool called as Orange Data Mining Tool. So this tool you can install in your system. You collect the data set. Let's say I have collected a data set about law or society, or let's say education system. Suppose I belongs to law background or education background, okay, but education stream, but I do not know how to write code to implement AI ML techniques. So simply what you are going to do, you have to install Orange, and there is a drag and drop options. There is a box which you can drag and put in your workspace, stating that this is my data set. Then you can double click, like there is a box like this. I'll drag from left corner and push here. Like here you can see these are options, right? These are different options it is given. Just I will click green color, I am coming here. I am not writing any code. Any code is required that need to be written in the background, right? So this is data set. What I'll do now it will return as, let's say, data set. I'm writing DS. If I double click, then it will ask you to give the data set in Excel format or CSV format, comma separated value format, or any format. Once you give, then the data set is already there in this particular circle. Then what I'll do, I'll take another one, let's say a particular model. Let's say there is a machine learning model you want to apply on this particular data set. There is a set of machine learning models that are available in that particular tool. You simply drag the machine learning approach which you want to implement. Obviously, these are base models, these are not advanced models. Right? If you want to modify something, you can do it. Some basic models you can directly available in this particular tool. Then what I'll do, I'll connect this data set with this machine learning model. Then if you want to check the performance of this particular machine learning model, you take another drag and drop option which says that evaluate. For example, I need to evaluate a particular model based on some parameters, based on time, based on cost, based on accuracy, and anything, right? Then once I click this evaluation box, it will show me all the results. So I don't need to write the code, right? So such tools, how you will come to know? You can come to know about the LLM, or you can ask LLM, I want to implement a machine learning data set. I am giving you a data set as input. You know, ChatGPT case also we have. ChatGPT case also we will able to will add a particular data set here, right? You can add files, right? Add files. Then I'll ask you try to implement a particular machine learning model. These are my evaluation matrices. You please help me to get the result. Right? Again, as I mentioned in the previous session, that whether you can rely on the result or not, that is up to you. You should have some check and balance, right? Otherwise, whatever performance matrices it will give, that may or may not be correct, right? But initial code, it will help you. Initially, what you are going to do, that it will help. That is the reason why LLMs can be integrated into any domain, not only limited to the education. Similarly, somebody wants to write a song, and let's say there is some incomplete part of the song. Then the person can take an help of the GPT-like platform, and GPT-like platform will complete that phrase. Again, you need to decide that whether it is semantically correct or not. The meaning of that poem is correct or not. Not only that, in order to go for engaging articles, even if nowadays when we go to the social media like Facebook and any other mediums, nowadays also we are seeing that there are many AI content videos, right? There are many videos which are generated, which looks like original video, but they are not original video. Right? So our objective here to integrate LLM into the our system is that LLM can revolutionize the process for student and educator all over the world. That's why I told you, you need to find a list where LLM should use as a teacher or as a part of this education community, right? And you need to list out the things where LLM should be restricted, right? Nowadays also, if you talk about higher learning institutes like IIT and NIT, we conduct different assessment, right? We give some kind of assessment to our student, and we say that you can use anything. You can use internet, you can use book, you can discuss whatever you want to do. You do it offline or online, and you have to submit it within 24 hours, right? So most of the thing people think that if we put this question in ChatGPT, then we will give a response. Obviously, we'll give a response, but that response is not the exact answer, exact response of the particular question, right? That's why we need to distinguish between in which part we are going to integrate LLM with education, or which particular thing LLM and academic part should not be integrated. Now, as a teacher, you know that the many classes are having 100 students. Like I also told you in the previous lecture also. Usually our computer science branch having so many students, right? We have 240 BTech students. Okay, around 240 BTech students. So our class length ranges from 80 to 90, right? So as a teacher, you are taking a course and you are teaching for 40 hours, right? Total 40 hours in a per semester per course, right? How many students you can provide personalized teaching? How many students you can go for their detailed assessment? It is very difficult, right? The teacher understanding their problem, understanding what is their mental state, all these things, analyzing and giving them personalized teaching experience or learning experience is very, very challenging, right? Hardly in 40 classes you may aware of some students, those who are very active in the class, right? So it is very difficult in a large class to understand the students' mentality, students, you can say, whether they are learning a particular topic, what kind of difficulties they are facing. And sometimes the students are not interacting with the teacher, stating that this particular part I am not comfortable, because, or otherwise I don't know the background, for which I have not able to understand this particular part. Many people, they don't come up, they are not open, right? So who is going to solve this particular problem? In that case, you can think about AI or this large language model to provide some personal learning experience. It will understand that in what way you are lacking, right? Or as a teacher, you can make some kind of policy. You can identify 50 regions. Let's say 50 regions. These are the lacuna in these particular subjects. Student may face difficulty in these, and you can train a LLM. The LLM will help the student to identify out of these 50 issues, what are the issues the student is facing, right? In that way, we can provide personal learning experience to our students. Similarly, many times also you might have done also, right? If you do not know about a particular topic, like I'll tell some topic which you don't know. Like yesterday also I asked how many of you know about LLM, large language model. So many people say that we know about the full form. We do not know in the details. So what we actually do if we do not know and we want to learn the topic? Early days we go to Google and paste that topic, and we start reading one or two material or one or two link. That link will give a highlight about that particular topic. In that way, our generation has learned that. But today, all people are putting this question in the chat GPT, because what you have experienced, you can express in the next conversation. I asked a large language model, it has given some response, and I want to give another prompt to understand the thing more better way. That's why people go for chat GPT like platform or large language model. And many times, yeah, we'll make LLM to explain what is LLM. Yeah, you can develop. What I'm saying is that for your course, if you can design a large language model, suppose you are teaching artificial intelligence, you collect some material of artificial intelligence, especially the books or reference books that are available, right? In digital copy is available. From those copies, you can create a LLM, which can explain the topics related to the AI only. So it will give a personalized learning to the students. Student will be focusing on that particular topic based upon whatever the information you have used for training the large language model. In many cases, they have not understood many topics. So in that case, they can generate some kind of images. Like if I put a particular word in Google, I am not able to understand what is the meaning of that particular word. Then instead of going for this text, what I'll do, I'll go to the images. It may show some kind of images which may give me a better clarification than the text. Obviously, image is a better way than text. Audio is a better way than image. Video is much better way than audio. We can learn a thing using video. Now you see many people, those who do not know ABCD, like the infant, right? They do not know ABCD, but by watching the YouTube videos, what they do, they learn ABCD. They do not know what is the meaning of ABCD. But there are many rhymes through which they understand this thing, and they are able to speak ABC without writing ABC, right or not? So can we design some type of this type of LLM starting from primary education to the higher education? No doubt, higher education people are habituated with how to use this LLM. Now, if I ask you an engineering student or a science student, they are aware of this thing. But if we can go for a responsible AI type, or I can say ethical type of LLM, which comes under ethical AI, or school educations, so that they can only focus on a particular topic or a group of topics or group of subjects. So that will be really helpful. So not only this, you can see engaging materials or tutors, right? This case also we can think about using the large language model in the education system. Now, recently there is an article which was published in one of the good journal where I have taken this picture, where it says that the learning which happened 2-3 decades back to till date, how it progresses. Like if your age is in between, let's say 30 to 50, all of you are agree with our system is nothing but this classical way of learning the system. Okay, there is an old classic classroom style learning in which a teacher will teach something, everybody has given uniform chance to learn, and teacher also believes that all the students are having similar time. We don't expect that one student is not learning a thing, or one student is more intelligent so he can grasp the thing more better way. Such type of things are not considered 3 days back, 3 decades back, right? So that's why it is called as uniform learning. Same type of learning is given to each and every student, irrespective of their knowledge, irrespective of their understanding power. But now, due to the maturity of the education system, or due to this national education policy also, now you know that government also focuses on varieties of teaching. In a single class, you have 100 students, but all the students are not same. You also know that. That's why you try to teach in such a manner that at least it should reach to maximum people. Right? You are not going to in a very high level of teaching or a low level of teaching, but at least you make in a space so that maximum people will be benefited from your lecture. Then you can see after 2000, computer is integrated into education system, right? In my childhood also, it is hardly one institute is having a countable number of computers, maybe in the single digit. And there is a course introduced, which is a computer related course, in which we are understanding how to write something in Microsoft Word, how to prepare a PPT, and all these things. So computer is integrated into our education system as a tool. But due to the, you can say, the cost effective nature of computer, personal computer is now available everywhere. Most of the students are access to the computer system. So there is a rise in the AI LLM in our education system. So you can see the feasibility. In those days, it is not feasible. Why it is not feasible? Because computer is very costly. You see, in our childhood time, buying a computer is not possible, right? Because it is very, very costly. But in today's era, you see, starting from the school education, forget about higher education. School education, people are now habituated with computer systems. They know about how to use Paint, how to use some simple games, right? All these things, they are very habituated. So it is not only that education system will heading towards AI LLM, but also you have to see that feasibility of that. Because many education, many schools and colleges, you can see they are available in the remote area. As they are present in the remote area, they may not be getting the personalized teaching, or the teaching which is happened in the you can say urban area, right? Rural area people are suffering. So if AI LLM is integrated into the system, and if they can also access to this particular system through different kind of devices, then all the people, they will get the same content. That's why I usually say that initially government plan is to education for all, right? Now we say that AI for all. We are not saying education for all, but AI should be for all. Everybody should have a right to understand how AI can help them for developing the content, developing, learning a particular thing, and so on. So AI powered smart agent system is the future, right? We want to develop some kind of agentic platform to give the personalized experience. Agent is just like it is going to perform that activities just like a human agent. That we are expecting in the next decade. So currently it is in the third phase, but slowly we are moving to the fourth phase, where everything will be done. It is given autonomous power to the artificial intelligence. So AI can do the things which we beyond our imaginations also. So this picture also you can see, which says that we can integrate the existing system with the future system. Like existing system in those days, if you see 2-3 decades back, it is a traditional school pattern. But now we are talking about AI and LLM based learning. So we cannot completely overcome the traditional school pattern by AI LLM, because due to, I can say, technology barrier, due to cost barrier, due to so many other things, right? So why don't we integrate this traditional school pattern into AI LLM, so that an improved and enhanced hybrid environment can be developed, which can helpful to all. It is not only not towards the traditional, not towards AI LLM, but taking a combination of the advantages of all these two, so that it can benefit our education system. Now, this is considered as a LLM workflow, which is going to be integrated into our education system. So already I also told you that most of you are habituated with all these terms, like you know what is a prompt. Prompt is nothing but which you are giving input to a large language model. Then a user, LLM is giving response to a particular user, right? And user can again further ask, right, a query, right? Then the query, it may contain some, you can say, the query may contain some kind of typos, query may contain some kind of mistakes, that will be corrected, which is called, the pure form is called as prompt, which is given to the large language model. And this cycle, which I mentioned, the user will give some kind of response, it will be considered as a query, it will be refined to a prompt, Prompt will be given input to LLM. LLM will give a response to the user. User will again write a response. So this process will continue, which is called as a workflow. Workflow is nothing but how your information flows from one unit to another unit, right? So LLMs are considered as computer algorithms, I told you. In fact, they are called as AI low-coded algorithm of a natural language that can generate probability of a series of words, not only in one language, but in one language. Okay, it should generate the response in all the languages. That's why universal translation, I told you, universal translation is always challenging. Because till now, I think I have seen an article which mentioned that 108 languages are available in LLM. Only 108. But if you talk about India, India itself having more than 20 languages, right? Official languages, I can say 20 official languages. So, like that, if you see across the world, how many languages are there? So many languages are there, right? So, getting all these things into integrated into LLM framework is quite challenging. And if you want to see how we are going to integrate this into our academic research, this picture shows the entire thing. So see here, a student has requested a prompt. You have designed a large language model for your subject or for your institute or for your course or whatever may be, right? So it is given input to an agent system. So now I'm not saying LLM, because LLM is considered as a smaller unit when I'm saying a agent. This is our agent, right? Agent, LLM is a part of our agent. Obviously, LLM is a part of AI, I told you. Now I'm saying LLM is also part of an agent. What do you mean by agent? When I say agent in a layman term, what is an agent? Like somebody wants to book a flight ticket, right? That person do not know how to book a flight ticket. What the person will do? If you want to book a ticket, but you do not know how to book a ticket, then how? What is the process to book a ticket? How you will do? Any answer? How you are proceed with a ticket booking process? Because you do not know, let's say, right? How you will proceed with booking the ticket?
Simply, we will go to the professional agents.
Right. We go for agent. Why we go for agent? Because agent knows the customer requirement. Okay, let's say this is agent. Agent know the customer requirement. Agent know that how to book the ticket. What is the possibility? Both things are known to the agent. Based on your requirement, agent know that what is the option it has to book based on in which day you want to travel. Okay, which day you want to travel. What is the mode of your travel? At what in what cost it is compatible with you? You can tell to the agent, right? If you give your requirement, then only it can be booked, right? And the agent can use an online platform to book, obviously. Yeah, obviously. I mean, we are going to book an online platform, our agent is also going to, because we are not knowing about any platform. So we rely on a particular agent. Now, how this agent is different from LLM? That also I'll show you with ChatGPT so you can understand. Like if you remember, I mentioned this agentic slightly in the previous session. For example, I want to, let's say I want to generate a response by stating that I want to go, I want to visit a place during summer. Okay. The cost that I can spend is, let's say, 40,000 INR. I'm specifying INR, right? Could you please suggest some visiting places in India, right? So I have written a prompt. I'm asking ChatGPT what are the places that you can suggest, and I have mentioned my budget, right? So what it is doing with 40,000 budget, it has mentioned that you can go to hill stations, to beaches and cultural spots like Manali, some Munnar, okay, Goa, Pondicherry, and other places, right? It has generated these places. So this is done by your large language model. Large language model is used to generate the content. Now, if I ask that ChatGPT, I want to, let's say, go to, let's say, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Can you book a ticket for me? What is the response from ChatGPT? Okay, let me select here. I'm writing, I want to visit Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh, as you suggested. Okay, could you book a ticket for me? What did he say? What is the response we are getting? I cannot book a ticket rightly, right? I cannot book a ticket directly for you, but I can help you plan and guide you through exactly how to book your ticket to Varanasi step by step. And you can see if you specify this, whether you want to travel by train or flight and bus, then it is going to suggest it. Now, can anybody tell what is the difference between a LLM and agentic AI or a agent? What is the difference? With these two conversations, can you relate? What is the difference between a LLM and agent or AI agent? Exactly. Agent will perform the work, which I told you here. Agent will perform the particular work, but LLM is not meant for doing a particular work. LLM is going to provide you information or generating the content. But instead of this, that if I integrate the agent, which I'm saying AI agent, right? If I develop a AI agent, so what this AI agent is going to do? This AI agent is not only using LLM to give you the information, but also book the ticket for you. Not only booking the ticket, but if you want a specific accommodation, local travel, all these things will be taken care by the agentic AI platform. Agentic AI is going to take care of everything. Not only that, if anything goes wrong, for example, a flight is cancelled, you have changed your plan, all these things are also taken care by agentic AI platform. That is expected from agentic AI, which was started in the year of 2024. So with minimal interruption to the user, if it can perform a particular task, then only we can say that is an agentic AI platform. And it is expected that in the next decade, if not all tasks, but some of the, you can say, usual tasks will be done by the agentic AI platform. Yeah, LLM just suggests an agent. LLM just suggests an agent will perform as per our record. Exactly. LLM is suggesting something, is generating some content, and LLM also can, if you ask also, it is going to tell you about what is the travel deals given by Make My Trip, GoIbibo, or whatever platforms you like. It will give you the deals also, but it will not interfere in booking the tickets, booking the hotels, booking the local travels, all these things it cannot do. But it is expected from agentic AI to do this thing. But at the same time, whatever things I am saying, you have to make ethical AI in parallel. See, if you are giving your agent as autonomous agent, just like a human being, this human being is just like us, right? Only it has a knowledge about how to book the ticket. So when you are giving autonomy to a agent, AI agent, just like a human agent, think about if it is doing some unethical work, if we do at some kind of dishonesty, then what is going to happen? So it may lead to a catastrophic effect also. That's why all these things are one side, but another side you should also think about how to make a responsible AI, how to make ethical AI, how to avoid some kind of dishonesty. That's why I told you in the previous class about triple H alignment. Okay, do you remember triple H alignment? What I mentioned about triple H? What is the full form of triple H? Can anybody tell me what is triple H? First H indicates helpful, second H indicates honest, third indicates harmless. So I told you all the LLM models are developed based on triple H alignment. So you have to ensure that all these things should be taken care by your platform. Right? Any model you are developing, you should ensure that. So agentic system is not only taking LLM, but it is combination of several agents. It is not a single agent also. AI agent may having multiple agents also. That multiple agent will perform that particular task. Let's say one particular agent is there to book the tickets. Another agent is there to book the accommodation. Another agent is there to plan. Another agent is there to handle the uncertainty if anything goes wrong as per your plan. Everything should be taken care before giving you the response. And this should be done with the minimal interruption of the user. It is not going to ask every time the user that I want to book this ticket, I'm getting this month, these are the flights, or these are the trains, or these are the buses, which one I'll book. It has to take an optimal decision as for its choice, and it has to ask the user minimally before performing all these tasks. That's why agent becomes autonomous. That is expected in the AI-based agent system, and that is also will be very helpful when it is integrated with our education system. Now, there is an interesting question which says that how AI in education benefit everybody, right? No doubt nowadays ChatGPT is used for education, whether we rely or not rely. Many people, those who are carrying out research, those who are in the learning phase, they use ChatGPT. So a lot of people use ChatGPT in education for studying, learning, for sure to create some content and generate ideas. Okay, or they are asking that whether technically this statement is correct or not. I have written some idea whether it is correct or not. So all these things in our day-to-day life we are using ChatGPT. But we are not limited to this OpenAI GPT model at all. OpenAI is the model behind ChatGPT. The LLM that is used behind ChatGPT is a platform. It is not. I am using LLM and ChatGPT alternatively, right? And I'm telling you in brief. The technology is called as generative AI. It is called as generative AI. Under generative AI, there are different platforms are there. One of the platform is our ChatGPT. Under ChatGPT, we have large language models, which is behind any platform. And the large language model, which is used by ChatGPT, is called as OpenAI GPT model. So schools worldwide often lack technical expertise. You know, in India, many, like in the very first lecture also today, we came to know there are many statistics which is given by Dr. Dasmita madam. She has mentioned that how many schools are there, right? And as a teacher or a student, you know that in many villages there are schools are having very less number of teachers. They may have class 1 to class 5, but hardly the number of teachers are 2. And many teachers that don't have expertise also, right? So in such instance, how you are going to improve the education system? No doubt, government has tried with video conferencing mode. Many places we have seen that as teachers are not there, nearby school teachers are teaching through video conferencing mode, just like our Google Meet. That is also one way. And the other way, we can improve the quality of the education through the large language model. Okay, to provide a high quality education to all the students. That's why I'm saying not education is for all, now AI for all. So most of the remote places we have internet access via satellite. So satellite can also be used to directly communicate with the people, those who are residing in the area, or many places people are unable to reach the nearby schools also. So they can learn the things through this kind of applications that will really help them. if internet is provided with this type of application, by sitting in their home, or we say Anganwadi and other things, through that they can learn the things without visiting to far away places or the places which is not having the schools. So more people can get education with the power of LLM. That's why there are many analyses are done before LLM, how many people are entering into the education system, and if we are going to integrate LLM, then whether the amount of people or amount of the student or children, those who are enrolled into the education system, whether it is increased or not. Okay, so we need to think about that. Okay, education system, by integrating a particular technology, whether we can increase the enrollment of the children or not, that also plays an important role. Okay, I'll stop here, but if you have any question, you can ask before closing this session. I'll continue in my next session. Yeah, any questions before closing this session? Obviously, you may have something in your mind which comes to my mind, that how we can build a LLM, right? Those people who are belongs to engineering background, especially computer science, electronics, electrical, other things. So you may ask that so as a teacher, suppose I want to develop a large language model in my course. So how we can do it? So for that technical part, I'm not going in details because many people are belongs to other domain. But as I mentioned you, that transformer architecture, decoder, encoder, all these parts are really helpful to develop such type of large language model. We cannot make a big model like ChatGPT, right? But we can develop a model which will help to our students, at least in our institute level or those nearby institute level. Then we can say this LLM is really helping us in our education system. Can we get research material? Yeah, I'll share my slides specially. I cannot assure you about all speaker slides because there are many copyright issues with respect to these slides. That's why I have said the videos, so that any point of time you can go to YouTube and see these videos. That's why I posted in YouTube. I think all of you got the day 1 and day 2 YouTube link in the group. Those who are there in the WhatsApp group, you go to the WhatsApp group description. In that I have clearly given all the links, Google Meet link, day 1, day 2 material. So I'll go and post in that. So that can be used at any point of time to, if you want to understand a particular concept or if you want to revisit a particular lecture, that you can do it. Okay, so this is all for today and I'll stop here. I have another 1 or 2 sessions. So I'll try to cover because it needs more discussion rather than what I'm going to cover. So next class we are again going to discuss from this point onwards. Yeah, any question? Anyone?